think about it, cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, boy, you gotta tell me. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's stuck in me. I like but how you taste. Give me the signs, I'll take the step for you. You know I like you, baby, you know I want you to take the control. Alright, baby, alright. the places we've been all night, wishing for our secrets to unfold. We just need somebody to hold. You and I were laying in the moonlight, dreaming about the places we've been all night, wishing for our secrets to unfold. We just need somebody to hold. Hold on tight, are you ready for the night? We're just getting started, living young hearted. Hold me close, don't you ever let go. Our love is uncharted, we're living young hearted. Our love is uncharted, we're living young hearted. You and I were laying in the moonlight, dreaming about the places we've been all night, wishing for our secrets to unfold. We just need somebody to hold. 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 Hold on tight, are you ready for the night? We're just getting started, living young hearted. Hold me close, don't you ever let go. Our love is uncharted, we're living young hearted. Our love is uncharted, we're living young hearted. You and I were laying in the moonlight, dreaming about the places we've been all night, wishing for our secrets to unfold. We just need somebody to hold. Our love is uncharted.
아프리카 TV 프리고 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 3 Korea's Last Stand.
What's up, everyone? We're now in the round of 16 of Season 3 of the GSL Code S. And today we have a champion of this year playing.
Yes,
as well as a caster.
It's one of
Is it? Who is it? Which one of us is it? I don't know. No, of course I'm talking about TY today. Probably the favorite to get out. He's been crushing it.
Yeah, no, he's one of the best players in the world. There's no question about that. He's been playing well. I think last season he was a little bit weaker than the season before, obviously, since he won Season 1. But he's still looking good. Excited to see how he's going to do throughout the rest of the tournament. Like, I look at this group, and it seems like he should get out. But it's tricky still. I mean, these are strong players.
There's a lot of players that have not been as successful in the past but are looking really strong right now. And it's important that we acknowledge that, as important as the past is, the way these guys are looking at how strong their play is, there definitely could be some upsets, for sure.
Oh, yeah. I think so. You know, Armani is still up and coming. I think that Dream is quietly very underrated, a very strong player.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's Zoun. I mean, his play was so exciting in that last round, and he's such a new, fresh face to Protoss. He's kind of gaining a little bit of a cult following right now.
Yeah, well, he's bringing in a very different style of Protoss. He's got a lot of his own mark and his own approach to the matchups, which is really exciting to see. You know, Protoss it's always been a race where there's a lot of tricks and quirky things that you can do. And Zoun is no exception. I'm much more excited to have somebody like him playing versus somebody who just looked like a weaker version of Zest or something like that.
100%.
We had our schedule thrown up on screen, but I was still talking about Zoun.
That schedule is hilarious because it was the schedule from last time. So it said that today was the 16th, and we'll be having group nomination after the show.
Oh, it's the old graphic? All right, well, good thing we moved past that.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, we have...
No, I want to echo what you said, though. It's more exciting to have someone that original rather than Zest Jr.
Yeah. No, yeah, just some worse iteration of a Protoss style that is old and did work and doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm very looking forward to what kind of game Zoun is going to have today. I'm honestly most interested out of the other players that we have. Group B, C, and D, you can see here, all fantastic groups. We're going to have a cast on Saturday, and then we have a little bit of time off for Korean Thanksgiving. But first, a video.
지난 시즌에 조정은 선수가 인터뷰를 할 때 전태양은 한국 테란 4등이다, 5등이다 이런.
태양 형이 4등이라 생각했는데 지금은 생각이 좀 많이 바뀌었어요. 한 6등?
근데 A조가 행복조니까 거기도 좋은 것 같아요.
B조도 좀 생각하고 있었거든요. 근데 미리 얘기한 것도 있고 흘러가는 거 보니까 그냥 A조에서 뽑아줬으면 좋겠습니다.
That is the most ridiculous video we've ever had from group nomination. The fact that it's like the group of happiness is on fire. I'm like, no. What? Is that what we're calling this? The group of happiness? It's like Dream trash talking TY, and for some reason Zoun thinks the group looks happy, and Armani's like, yeah, I don't know, I'll play in it. That's fine.
We weren't even sure how to spin that group here, apparently.
Yeah, it's a funny one.
So, look, I mean, TY is the Goliath player in this group. The other three are runs compared to him, especially in accomplishments. You know, TY, I think, is getting to the point where he is so cool and calm under pressure. I think the casting's actually made him even better, and it's also forced him to focus on the game in a different way. And he did what never has happened before. He casted an entire tournament and then won it. Again, an anime protagonist.
Yeah. Well, it's exciting to watch him continue onwards. Like, I want him to win more championships, to be honest. He's like, he plays the type of StarCraft I subscribe to personally. He's so smart, just a brilliant player in the way that he approaches the game. Yeah, not the best macro, not the best micro, but the best brain.
He has the best mapping of the matchups a lot of times.
Yeah.
Now here's Dream, somebody who is really looking for TY's spot here. It's easy to be overshadowed by amazing Korean Terrans. And Dream is just out of the range of, you know, the Terrans that are worshipped.
Yeah.
That are studied, that are celebrated.
For sure.
But Dream looks really, really good. And I love that the new players, or newer players, I should say, this season, the ones that are the rookies compared to the other people in GSL, are coming in with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's needed.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have a player show up and they're kind of freaking out and they're shaky and they're, you know, and they get flushed out pretty quickly. But I kind of like the confidence coming here from Dream. But he's up against the best in the business, TY. Anyways, we're going to go to Pillars of Gold for Game 1, Eternal Empire for Game 2, and if we have a Game 3, Death Aura. And that game's ready, so let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. 나가요. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 본 게임 때 우린 더욱 강하다. 아프리카 프린스 TY 전태일. 브레이브스타 게임 드림 조종혁.
Okay, so really happy that
Just
GSL
like the
round of
group?
16. Yeah, just like the
Just
group.
like the group. Is that how happy you are?
It is the happy group now
Yeah.
that I think about it, because we're back into GSL. But like you said, of course, Korean Chuseok is coming up. It's like Korean Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Most important holiday of the year. And that means that next week we don't have anything. Basically, we have this cast today, and we have Saturday. There will be no GSL or ASL for like 8 days, I think it is. 8 days?
I believe you're correct.
It might be
I
9,
actually have to check the schedule myself, but we were not going to have as much time off, but the companies decided to give everybody a little bit more time off, which is very cool of them.
Yeah,
So
it's nice.
so we're going to have a little bit of downtime. Those of you who are probably going to tweet at us, why are we celebrating Thanksgiving now? That's because it is Thanksgiving now in Korea, not to be confused with the Thanksgiving that you might celebrate in your own country. These questions do come, so we're just going to put the
Most of the American viewers are
yes,
the
the
ones
ones who
asking.
are like, why are you celebrating our Thanksgiving now? I'm like, no.
This is,
You are.
we just call it's called Chuseok. It's
yes,
not.
yes.
It's not truly. It's not. Yeah. Anyways.
just
yeah.
to save some people the tweets that we're going to get. So we're going to have a little bit of time off, and then we'll be right back into the stride of GSL.
Yeah,
ASL continuing on as well. We're
October's
just now.
a super full month, just like September's been.
That's right. We have a lot of StarCraft. We're going into the round of 16 for ASL.
Yeah, that's right. Here we are in the round of 16 here, and then when we
Yes.
get back, we'll finish round of 16 GSL, and we'll also have ASL going.
And I believe this is going to be the only time we're going to have a StarCraft 1 and 2 tournament kind of synced up.
Yeah. Okay, a little bit of harassment going on. Some nice micro on both sides for sure. Looks like the slight edge there given to Dream, since he does stop the CC from building momentarily. I tell you, a top 4 Terran probably wouldn't have let that happen. Maybe he's right.
Yeah, that's a little bit annoying losing that. This is like a little Reaper dogfight that we have here, where it's kind of fun to see who can actually come out on top.
Oh, and then the Hellion comes out.
Oh, and actually gets a kill on that Reaper.
This is the part where TY starts feeling good. He's like,
Yeah.
all right, that's what you get.
That's what you get.
He's like, I don't even rank you in the Terrans.
That's right.
I like that trash talk, though. That's really cool.
Well,
There
especially
needs
when
to be
you,
more trash talk.
when you get, I always love good banter.
Yeah.
I also appreciate when you have you really do have like the top 5 or the top 10, and they're actually all ranking each other. Because oftentimes I feel like their views on that are a lot better than anyone else you can ask, and it's also fun to think. Because a lot of times in my head, I'll take the number 1 Terran and the number 3 Terran and think, nah, they're so close, and
Yeah.
then they'll have completely different
Oh,
opinions.
yeah,
or the
yeah.
player who I would view ranking them is ranked lower is actually much more confident, or at least much more willing to talk trash.
Well, I think Dream is really good right now. I feel like his TVP is super duper strong. I think his TVT is quite good. His TVZ is I think his weakest, in my opinion, but I think he's got enough strength that he absolutely can come out of this group. But at the same time, like TY, like you said, right, he's kind of a juggernaut of the group. He's just the best player, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's just supposed to advance 2-0.
And there's he was the leader in the group selection. Like, he's the one that got to decide
right
first and everything. And there's a reason he chose a Terran player. He's the best TVTer in the world.
Yeah, he's not going to have any problems in a TVT. I love him popping the tank away. This is going to clean up a lot of the infantry, and this is a really good exchange, to be honest. Now the Viking is going to chase this Liberator away. If he could just get the trajectory right, he might be able to keep doing damage, but he does not. The Liberator points a little bit further down.
That seemed pretty nice, though. I like what he did there.
Yeah, and he actually spots the starport, which is really important. There's actually a Raven coming out of that starport, so it would not be
Yeah.
a bad idea to try to get some kind of an attack over in that area. Because if he can win a fight over here and stop the Raven production, just having more Ravens, especially in the early to mid game of a TVT, that's a real asset.
Oh, yeah. That's such an important unit.
That's like a special resource in of itself, just the spells that can be cast from it. And so this is a great play here by Dream. And I got to say, if there was a little victory like this that would push Dream ahead, this is one.
Absolutely. This was very, very good. Like, he forced a cancel on the Raven. It would be better, of course, if it pops out and gets to kill it, but that's still very, very good, right? You got to remake your starport at home and, you know, get that Raven out still, hopefully, as TY.
Absolutely. Now, there's a small push coming up here, as well as the Liberator that's parking itself inside the main base.
That's so nice.
So this has already been a back and forth game, blow after blow after blow. But I think TY might have overextended here. I mean, this is not a lot of Marines. It's only one tank. And it seems like there's definitely just more firepower here from Dream as he pushes back across the map.
Yeah, he definitely has more units and pushing TY back pretty quickly. Or TY hasn't lost too much as of yet. I think he'll be fine. I do like some of the harassment he's been doing here, though. Very nice. Picks off that Raven. Good play there. Continues to back up. Oh, look at that interesting siege. Just kind of denying some of the buildings that are being built.
Yeah, this is a great move here. Okay, so Dream is taking the fight now. And this is pretty good. He gets all the tanks. Just Vikings that have to bounce back into the air.
Yeah, that didn't go so well for TY, actually.
It's not that often that you end up in a fight where, you know, 2 base versus 2 base, somebody really does push into the other player, especially a game that's gone on for this long. So this is pretty exciting, but I do have to ask myself, is this Dream overextending here?
That's a good question, but with the amount of Vikings he even end up killing here, I think that overall this was just good from Dream. I think you can't really look down on this at all. I think it was just not an overextension, to answer your question, Tasteless. Let me not overcomplicate this, as he did not overextend it.
This is great so far, that these guys are both having a close match. Now, Stim is going to finish a little bit more quickly for TY here. So it might be unwise for Dream to be doing anything too active on the map, especially when you're this low on everything. It's, you know, Stim will almost always allow you to win a fight you otherwise wouldn't win. Unless it's like siege tanks, sieged up. Even then, though, there's exceptions to that.
Well, it looks like he's going to go ahead and take his third. TY floating to his third at the same time as well. Slight air lead here for Dream, and no big surprise, of course, that proxy starport did get killed off, so he's missing the Raven that his opponent has. TY, though, staying on that Viking production.
Okay, Stim is now done here for Dream. And it doesn't look like this third base is going to get really denied here.
Nice.
But TY is keeping a lead in the Viking count. And we got to watch this pretty carefully here because tanks have been lost on both sides.
Ooh.
Just now takes out a Raven there, too.
Vastly superior Viking micro there from TY.
Yeah, and he can actually try to come in here and maybe even snipe what's coming out of the starport. Or I guess he's going to land here and just take out an add-on. This is also completely appropriate.
Dustin Browder was really right all along.
Yeah, this is the moment where Browder gets his landed Vikings, then coming back
That
into
was
the
a
air.
great move. It was a great move.
It actually happened in a StarCraft 2 Pro match.
Yeah.
It wasn't after the game was already won, and then, you know, the Vikings came in because why not just put on more damage and win even more?
A very nice move there. Even just picking off the reactor and getting back out, he still retains that Viking lead.
Now, again, you got to be careful. 2 more Vikings meet up in here. He could actually snipe this medevac if he wants. Again, the most important factor, besides being able to win an air fight when you have those Vikings, is actually that you have more vision. And your tanks can shoot further than they can see. And so getting into a spot like that where you might be able to get the first few siege tank shots off is huge.
Yeah, it's a really big deal. 4th base being taken here on location from Dream. Kind of like that. But it feels like TY even though like TY is just slightly behind in supply and like not taking his base on location and some stuff like that, and in fact he's behind on upgrades a fair amount. I look at all that, but at the same time I feel like TY is in control of this game right now. You know, he's been a bit forward with his tanks and Vikings. He's kind of held onto that well. I like that he already has his sensor tower up. He retreated at the proper time here. And I think as long as he sieges nicely, like as long as he's in position, which it looks like he definitely will be, I don't think Dream can like break him or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say that I think Dream is definitely holding his own here. In fact, he looks really, really good.
He looks great. There's no question. But does he need to get out on the map? He's been sitting back. And we see him kind of rotating around. He started to walk out and then turned back around. But it feels like, especially with his 2-2 finishing up, that's going to be a great moment for him to try to take a bit of control of this game.
I think you're right. I think actually Dream definitely has opportunities here. I think it's one of the reasons why TY is hanging back for now. But this is probably going to continue to build up into an insanely epic TVT here, where they're both taking huge chunks of the map.
All right, well, that 2-2 is going to finish in 10 seconds here for Dream. Clearing out some rocks, going into the center.
And so now the question is where? Where do you want to try to hit? Is there a soft spot? Because what TY needs to do is just scoot his army to wherever that opposing army is going to be and be ready with siege mode or an arc that he can attack into. And I don't see it really happening just yet here. Dream's going to try to come through. But again, it just seems like anywhere he's going to walk into, it's definitely going to be a fight TY would be happy to take.
Absolutely. Like, I think it's very hard to move your army as one and do anything to TY. Because TY takes a generally slightly defensive stance in this matchup, generally speaking, right?
Yeah.
Like, the way TY plays, see, there's different TVT styles for tank Marine. Like, we see a lot of Terran players play like Dream is, where their whole army is basically moving around. A lot of the time what TY likes to do is to sit back somewhat defensively and send off smaller groups of, like, just Marine medevac to try to prod his opponent. So, to actually break him with this giant army, I don't think it's so easy.
Okay, Dream is looking for a fight over here, but again, I think TY cuts him off at the pass. When the siege tanks of Dream siege up, he just retreats back. And right now, Dream's not gaining any position. I mean, granted, Dream's actually had a slight macro lead throughout most of this game. It doesn't seem like it slowed TY down here. And this little infantry, actually pretty big infantry army that's been fractured off is going to come in here, and this could actually stop the CC from making. No. I stand corrected.
Like he is quick enough. You know, we have sensor towers all over the place, so it's hard to really move anywhere without your opponent knowing about it, that's for sure. But that's the type of move that TY generally looks for in this matchup. Now, Dream taking that base on location, making another command center over at his 4th to take his 6th base, is really staying on top of his economy. I love it. His 3-3 is actually going to be finishing shortly after the 2-2 of TY, so he's barely going to be even on upgrades for any amount of time. Dream is playing an awesome game. This is a great TVT.
No, this is an excellent display of skill here from both sides. I do like that engagement there, though, by TY. He took out those Marines. Now he's going to dive on top of this base, taking out the sensor tower, and let's see if he can actually get the command center.
Yeah, I'm unsure if he's going to actually get it, but look at this move.
That move with the Vikings was so good. He knew that there would be a vacant area that those Vikings might be flying over, so he took the shots. He kills the CC. 3-3 is about to finish here for Dream, maybe giving him some counterplay.
So see, now Dream's making a bunch of CCs. That doesn't hurt him that much, but that kind of perfectly shows how TY plays TVT.
Yeah.
That move right there. He just kind of outmaneuvered him there for a moment. He sat back defensively, found a little hole, killed a command center. Bam. Done. Now it's time for mass command centers. Obviously, a lot of starports are going up. Probably going to see a bit of a switch into some heavier Sky Terran on both sides.
I like these little stray tanks we're seeing from TY every once in a while. Just one setup there. Okay, another attack comes in over here on this side. Now the tanks are here, but they're not in position.
They're not in siege mode. He just picked off like 3 of them.
Yeah, that was a little bit surprising.
If you're not going to siege, why not?
he can, if he wants to, isolate this area in the upper left to try to take that command center position out now. Okay, this is big if he gets a kill on it, and I don't think that he will. Yeah, the SCVs are able to repair and take out, the Marines could take out the medevac. So that was a great save there by TY.
Yeah, I mean, Dream trying to get some damage done there, but TY defending quite well. Loses 8 workers, doesn't matter, still over 70, doing fine. And now these Sky Terran armies going to start really butting into each other. The Liberators getting set up. Of course, when you see Liberators, you want to have more Vikings. If there's a lot of Vikings, the Ravens can come into play there with the armor shreds. This is it gets a bit complicated now.
Yeah, well, we're really getting the map cut in half here.
Yeah.
And this is most likely going to be a game that's going to come down to 1 or 2 bases and who can actually hold their side the longest. So all these little exchanges become much more complex. And this is really where StarCraft 2 gets insane as a game, is when you both have half the map. There are so many different positions you have to follow. You have to be able to preempt your opponent in so many different ways. You're trying to keep track of what you've killed and what you've lost as they're doing the same thing.
I got to say, like, I think this is going to be...
Oh, my God. This is bad right now for Dream. This was the moment we were looking for, is a skirmish like this. And TY just completely dominates.
Yeah, he definitely had the upper hand right there.
That was a lot of supply hemorrhaged.
Yeah, his maneuvering and positioning is just fantastic, as always. But you know what? We're getting into that kind of late stage where they're both maxed out and they have so much that even if you lose that, it's not the end of the game, you know?
Right.
It's like he just lost a bunch of siege tanks and he lost another command center. And honestly, it doesn't change the game all that much. A lot of this is going to be really big moves, positional plays, right? Like, who has more Vikings? How are we going to do that battle? And it looks like right now Dream on 17 Vikings against just 5 of TY. That's weird. What is... Okay. Oh, you know what? TY, I think, right now must be building, like, VCs or something.
Maybe. But for now, right now, TY's inside the main doing a ton of damage, and he might be able to take out the Starport tech here.
Nice.
And this might allow him to tech into his own Sky Terran, maybe.
Yeah.
And take a lead in that way. I don't know for sure, but that seems to be...
Well, he's making something, man. Like, we don't have the production tab on, but...
It was very clear, too, that, you know, he wanted to eliminate Starport tech.
It's a good move. Like, the Marines don't scale all that well when you get this big, right? Because siege tanks splatter them. And it's like, it turns into siege tanks, however many siege tanks you need so that ground is a non-factor. And then flying units. Sky Terran.
Yeah.
Hey, so TY is actually going more heavily into medevacs here. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to just try to drop in more locations.
Yeah, I wonder. Like,
it seems like a very different approach from what we're used to seeing here, but...
Well, he has quite a few Ravens. He's bringing some Thors along, too, so it's not so easy to snipe everything with your Vikings. And uses some disables there to clear a few tanks. And, I mean, moves like these are good. We can see that TY's bank is going up bigger than Dream's, and that shows that he's being cost-efficient. Thing is, they both have enough that they're going to be maxed for a long time. But as you see that bank increase, you definitely can look at that and say, okay, this is a slight advantage for TY.
This is a very cool approach here. He disables a tank so he can freely set up his own tanks. Yeah. And then he just starts to shell that position. And that's actually a lot of work for Dream to try to reclaim. But Dream so far not going to try to reclaim that. Wow, this attack on these tanks is huge.
Yeah, that is huge. He loses so many tanks. Oh, man. There. My God.
And now Dream not really gaining any position. The command center's down. And that's probably the biggest blow of the game so far, is the destruction of that CC up there. Because it's actually pretty hard for Dream to get back up in there and reclaim it with ease. He has to really commit a lot down there, which should, kind of in the yin and yang of positions here, this should actually make his lower right side expansion vulnerable as well, you know? A lot of times in StarCraft 2, you set up one big attack, or a small attack even, and because they have to devote attention and resources into reclaiming that, you can then set up 2 or 3 more other attacks there, you know? And eventually it becomes almost like a combo of attacks that leads to the other player getting taken down. And so now we see he's going to try to shift attention over here to the bottom right. I guess bottom right as far as a red Terran goes, Dream here. But yeah, this is a real balancing act right now for Dream, who has to maintain growth as well as having defense. And he doesn't have any room for offense at all right now.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, this is so fascinating, seeing the way TY is playing this. I've never seen it played like this, where he's extra low on Vikings, but has those Thors in there and is really focusing on disables late game.
Yeah, he just disables as much as he can, and then I think he feels like he might have the burst damage on the ground. Does this actually work?
I think just barely not, but the thing is he cleared a lot of the Vikings.
Yeah, that was most of the game was building up to those Vikings, and now he's going to get battle cruisers.
Yeah, if you clear the Vikings, the battle cruisers become a lot better. If they have too many Vikings, then obviously the BCs can get just absolutely destroyed. This is a really cool game, and I just this kind of slightly different style from TY is unexpected, but fun.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting him to be incorporating more medevacs and drops like this, but I do like what he's doing with the Ravens. He's definitely able to take out these tanks pretty easily here.
All right, well, BCs versus Marines. It's fantastic. I mean, I guess he'll just be warping out of here when he needs.
Yeah. Does the damage he
really
can.
efficient. Look at that.
Yeah, and those Marines are barely getting their shots off. This is so much infantry getting killed off.
Oh, he's got. Oh, now he's going to lose one. Or not, because the two Vikings are not attacking.
Okay, another attack in here from TY. And again, he's doing a great job of hitting these tanks. But very good by Dream here. A lot of disables on those tanks, but no Marines diving in to take them out. And again, I think we also got to point out where we have not really been spectating from. The bottom right map, part of the map, excuse me. TY has been mining there freely the entire game.
Pretty much.
He's slowing Dream down just a little bit. Now, if Dream can defend incredibly well and TY mines out and spends all his money, and Dream can still play the game from there, maybe Dream wins. But right now, this is definitely leaning towards TY.
Yeah. And I think the way that you can really look at that is just in their banks. I know it's kind of a weird thing because they're both maxed out. They both have all the upgrades and are making whatever units they want. But a lot of times in weird situations like this, you do have to look at it and be like, well, one of them's going to run out of stuff first, and that's going to be Dream as of right now.
Well, and if you have that much money banked up, then you can remake everything. It's counterintuitive to what people learn about when they start to play StarCraft, which is spend all your money.
Yeah.
But there's a point where you actually have everything and you can't spend anymore.
Yeah.
And then that's when you can usually look, assuming your opponent's in a similar position.
And split map TVTs are like this in Star 1 and Star 2, where, that's a great move right there. All right, comes in and actually disables them, but there's no anti-air. So
these tanks are going to be isolated. And I love what TY is doing positionally here to interfere with these Marines being able to come and meet up and save the day here. And so all these tanks are going to be taken out, right?
Oh my God,
this is huge.
This is a great move from TY. Just no anti-air there, even though all of them get disabled. Like there was a good amount of Ravens from Dream, but he doesn't have the follow-up.
And notice, everybody, that the supply's down here at the bottom. There's still plenty of gas and minerals in the bank for TY. Dreams has plummeted. He's at 143, and he can't pop back up to 200 easily. Where TY will do that in a few moments.
Yeah, just with whatever he wants, too.
I think that actually is the most definitive part of the game so far.
Yes, for sure.
Now there can be attention given to this base up here in the upper left, which is an orbital, by the way, which shows you how much fighting has gone on over there. Is the planetaries have been killed off so many times, he has his backup command centers float over there to try to soak up the resources. But for now, TY is looking to try to maybe get some kills over here on these tanks.
I like the idea, but, you know, like we were talking about before, tanks just kill Marines in the late game.
Yep.
The BC's coming in once again and really wreaking havoc on this base. Dream having a hard time keeping his economy together at this point. Okay, should jump. There we go.
Okay, perfect jump.
Yeah, really nice, and that's a great way to utilize your scans late game too. Like, you don't even want to use mules at this point in a TVT. Scans are worth way more than mules.
Okay, but now the BCs can come in over here. The Marines are going to be able to take out these tanks. BCs just south of the screenshot, excuse me. There they are. And this is a great attack on the other side of the map, and I think we're starting to see Dream get cornered here. He's been playing an insane TVT, by the way.
Yeah, this is his TVT, the way he played this game, can beat almost everyone in the world.
Yeah.
But TVT is showing, I mean, TY, his ID has the letter T in it. It's very hard.
Yes, it is not easy to
TY is showing his supreme mastery of maneuvering, of tactics, of strategy in this matchup. Well, he is the best TVTer there is.
And also, you know, insanely impressive is the fact that Dream did so well in the early game, but TY sort of knew how to navigate this complicated game, make the right steps, the right decisions, hit the right areas with the right units, and Dream is becoming more and more behind. Only just now is Dream getting close to maxing out, but look, already TY with 4K minerals, 3.3K gas. I mean, this is a pretty incredible moment here.
Yeah, he's really slaying.
And it does seem like this battlecruiser tech is the correct move here. It allowed him to take the lead that he needed to.
Well, the Viking count never got up big enough to actually fight this again, right? Like after he killed those Vikings.
And now he can come through here. He can kill off the Marines. He kills off the tanks.
Just kills everything.
And these battlecruisers they're not trading, guys. It's not like he kills some Marines but loses the BCs. Most of the BCs are staying alive.
Yeah.
So I think we're very close to GG here as TY has brought us to the tipping point of this game. Again, like you were saying throughout this game one, Artosis, TY's got the best TBT there is.
He does. He's really shown it here.
That's what casting will do to you, man. GG, TY wins it. And if I'm Dream, I'm intimidated right now.
Yeah,
I am thinking, oh man, that's one of those losses where you can feel that they have a better concept of the matchup at the highest level.
Yeah.
Like Dream was actually going toe-to-toe. There were some moments I thought, oh, maybe Dream's going to take a little bit of a lead here, and then TY just stayed cool.
Yeah, it never felt to me like Dream was in the lead, even when he was up 2 upgrades for most of the game.
Yeah.
Like you could just tell that TY was outmaneuvering him. He's very patient. He knows how to play that game.
I wonder if we're going to have something cheesy here from Dream.
We might.
In game 2. A lot of times you can almost get this feeling when you watch a game where it's like, okay, so that was a great macro game, but you have to win 2 more games now or you're out.
And you're not going to do it like that, is Dream.
Yeah, so let's see what happens on Eternal Empire.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프릭스 TY 전태영. 브레이브스타 게임 드림 조종혁.
Yeah, we'll see what Dream wants to try to pull off here.
Yeah, I do wonder. It just seems like it's especially that game 1, like, do you really want to try to play another game like that? Because TY really, well, hold on a second, because TY's actually hiding something on the map.
Second racks.
This is funny because I really thought this would have, Dream would be in the driver's seat doing this.
Well, a second racks doesn't strike me as like that cheesy, right?
Well,
like I think he's probably just gonna make a few Reapers and try to catch him off guard, having like 2 more Reapers than he expected. You know, at like a funny time.
It's not like a move where you're all in. There's no turning back from here. No.
Yeah, yeah.
But,
and like if it's a factor out there, then suddenly you don't have siege tanks for a long time. It's a Rax. It's a second Rax.
But what I'm trying to get at is like I just thought we'd have something a little bit more cheeky coming from Dream. So it's cute to see the TY's doing this.
Oh. I think you're right though. I think he will, but maybe not till after expand, right?
Like hide a starport somewhere.
Maybe, yeah. Like the thing is, this is even more of a macro map than Pillars, right? Like this is the ultimate macro map where we just get long games.
Our longest games.
So how are you going to outmaneuver TY on this map? I think you're right. He has to do something.
Is Dream going to see this?
Oof.
Oh,
the true story of StarCraft 2 right there.
Yeah, this is. I swear the SCV for a millisecond was in a blip of that vision. But
almost.
So one thing about the Reapers is, just due to how fast the game's operating, if you can get in there and start to win a fight with the Reapers, and like you kill some of their Reapers, because the Reaper heals, it's just insane. Okay, nice grenade here.
Yeah, I
Keep
like
in
that
mind-
he's bringing the SCVs. Third Reaper he's going to need. And look at that. Yeah,
Oh
if he
my,
can
he's
get
so
the bunker
good.
up, it's so big.
Yeah.
I think Dream has actually stopped this, though, dead in his tracks.
Yeah.
Good defense. Really good defense.
He did a really good job.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, this can still tip the battle. Oh, man. Dream's doing a great job with control here. He really is. I don't think he's going to be able to kill that SCV before the CC finishes. Yeah, it finishes just now. And the rush has been halted.
Yeah, that was really good control from Dream. It looked at first like it was going very well for TY, but nice hold. If you get that bunker up, that would just be a travesty. You know?
Mm-hmm. So from here, things are going to calm down, I think, on both sides. I don't know if Dream is going to try to get some kind of a fight where he pushes back here. You know, TY has invested some money into Reapers, which really don't have utility the longer the game goes.
Yeah. They don't do too much after the first couple scuffles.
Yeah, TY does also have his own expansion up, but, you know, frankly, the army supply is much bigger for Dream, and he can probably keep it a little bit bigger. So maybe we have Dream attack out here. We did see some behavior like that already in Game 1 with Dream. Dream was very much okay with trying to take a fight on 2-base, which it's pretty rare right now in TVT, it seems like.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot more when Disable cost 50 mana. Because then you could just have like 2 Ravens and disable everything and go kill them.
Yeah.
But nowadays it doesn't seem like it's anywhere near, you know, that crazy. Oh, you know what we might end up seeing here from Dream, actually? Maybe he's going to go mech. Maybe that's how he's going to switch it up.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, that would be, you know, because, I mean, Marine Tank against Marine Tank, TY showed just a better mastery, so.
Oh, is he going to try to elevator this? This is a cool idea.
Yeah, nice kill there with the Cyclone.
Oh, a little bit slow on the pickup here. You know, if he gets in here and gets position, especially with the Cyclone, this is one of those moments where you just suddenly die.
It might be one of those moments, actually. Look at this. Okay, he's having to bring all of his SCVs over, and he has taken a ton of damage there.
Yeah.
9 SCVs have fallen.
That was a big victory there for Dream.
That was nice. But there is a third command for TY, right? So he can get his SCV count back up.
He's going to come in here again for another attack. Again, you know, it's always this matter of if you're making this, you're not making that. And so, you know, having those Reapers that didn't do the job in that rush earlier gave Dream a real opening that we're seeing used right here to try to come in here and do some more damage. And even though only 2 more worker kills now, it's also delaying the mining. I mean, really, Dream's doing a great job here.
For sure. Another Cyclone coming up. Yep, there's a second fact. So it looks like we're going to have mech out of Dream. And, I mean, I really like mech in TVT still. It'll be interesting to see TY's approach, because TY is definitely a player that goes mech a fair amount. And I think he knows the ins and outs of mech. So to see exactly how he's going to want to play on this map against the mech army of Dream will be kind of interesting, right? Like, does he go for the tank heavy style? Does he go super bio heavy? Does he go just kind of do that leapfrogging strategy where you go up to Sky Terran extra quickly?
I'm curious because although the damage has been done to TY, and that's really good, obviously, for Dream, means he has a much better shot of winning here. When you go mech, you tend to get things started a little bit later on the map after that. Mech units take longer to get into high numbers. I mean, you can do stuff like we're seeing here with these Cyclones, but eventually Terran has enough Marines and medevacs that you can kind of fight back. And so I think the next few decisions here are going to have to be from TY. TY is going to have to land the CC, keep massing up, and of course identify that mech's actually coming here.
I think he has a pretty good idea already, based on the fact that there's Cyclones flying around. And yeah. Looks like he's going to get on top of these, and actually doesn't get them, just the Hellion. But going to land his third base.
And so now it's 3 factories, 2 making tanks, 1 making Hellions in pairs. And I do think we're probably going to have a pretty long game here.
Yeah, this map just tends to anyways, but in this type of situation, as long as Dream doesn't, like, throw an army away, it should go long, right?
Yeah, it seems like that. And a lot of this will come down also to just the way they engage each other. I mean, if you can stim and then dive into the tanks as they're sieging up and kill off a huge number, and they don't get to do any damage, you're going to probably lose. Tanks are the big thing you're trying to build up to. But let's say the opposite happens, and the tanks can siege up and then begin to splash damage down all the infantry.
Yeah.
That's what we want to watch for. The infantry army is always going to be more mobile, whether that's dropping or stimming and diving in. But the mech army is always going to have more damage if it can get into the position it needs to be.
Absolutely. It's, you know, when it's entrenched, you're going to have such a hard time against it, which is why some players like to do that leapfrogging up into Sky Terran right away as the bio player. Now, I like how TY is approaching this, right? We don't see him making siege tanks. He's going to stay super mobile, and if you're not going to make lots of siege tanks, there's only two ways to go. Sky Terran, or you start getting super duper aggressive trying to kill your opponent like MMA used to do.
Right.
That style is not TY style. Just going ham with Marine Medevac, right? That's like, your opponent does need to make mistakes for that to truly work.
Oh, look at this fake. It's empty. How often have we ever seen that? And the army's actually right over there?
That's cute.
By the way, the 4th is being taken at 12 o'clock. And, yeah, this is cool. It's going to be a skipping of tanks entirely.
Well, he's maybe making one or two, but...
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. There is actually one being made. But basically, he's going to probably try to vault ahead with tech here. I don't think there's many more tanks with the army anywhere.
Starts 2 fusion cores. I think that's overkill. But, yeah, let's do it. Get up into that Sky Terran. TY just kind of controlling the map a little bit. He doesn't actually want to fight. But maybe Dream can identify what's occurring and get himself into a decent position. The thing is, TY is playing this beautifully. Notice how he has a group at 6 o'clock, and notice the group right above this. He is basically just mirroring what Dream's doing. If Dream walks forward, he walks back. If Dream walks back, he walks forward. And he's trying to force Dream to stay home. But Dream he's actually given himself a nice little timing attack here.
Yeah, he's having none of it. He's going to go straight up here. And he actually, this is probably the best location to hit, because if you get the 3rd, you're probably going to get the 4th for free. TY actually might lose this.
He could.
Yeah, he just sort of doesn't have anything over here. And that CC is lifted. Oh, no, and the army's getting fished out here, but TY looks like he was going to dive in, is instead going to pick up and then unload.
Ooh, I think this is going to work pretty well. Oh, he disables the tank on the low ground, another one on the high ground. This is a great move from TY, giving himself a shot here. More tanks coming up from Dream, but he's actually sieging too close to the edge and loses 2 of them before they even fire.
Oh, my gosh. And this is just too much infantry damage. And this is what's so crazy is, again, Dream's army is stronger, but can it get up to the main here in time? Right now, TY is like over the beating heart of Dream's base.
Yeah.
Where the production is.
Tanks come out, they go down. Production, man. It's not good for him.
Yeah. And I think if TY can just hold out, this is going to be an incredible win. But Dream still has a chance. It's going to be hard, though. These factories are moments away from being completely destroyed.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to take too long for Dream to actually clear this area, and TY's dealing too much damage to him for it to take a long time. Man, what a clutch move there from TY. Turning it into a base trade scenario, but here he goes. Dream, knowing he needs to make a move, pushes his tanks up, and, well, he kills a lot of TY's units, but that's fine, because TY is still trading efficiently over here.
Yeah, well, the medevacs over here with the infantry, they sort of, the symbiosis is just a little bit too strong. They can keep stimming, they can keep healing, and the numbers are getting smaller and smaller as Dream is desperately trying to defend a main that is almost not even here anymore. And again, you know, the damage from Dream is scary, but he's not stopped mining. And although TY has not entirely stopped mining, he has stopped production because there's no factories.
Yeah.
So this is a very unusual game here. And I think the small number of infantry that's going to slip through should be able to take out this 3rd base, and I'm not sure what else they can get. I'm so surprised he's not just landing on that tank. I think Dream is a little bit frozen here. There's just one. There it is. Okay.
Okay.
Been kind of waiting for that.
Yeah. Okay, all right. At that moment, he is going to stim over and try to pick off everything. It looks like that's going to be it. GG.
Wow. Okay, and that's why TY is the best TVT player in the world. That was it, because Dream was in a spot where as he was hitting the third, I thought, oh, you're going to stop 2 bases from mining. But TY made the decision not to attack the natural, not to attack the third, to attack the main, and micro so hard that he ended up killing all the factories and everything else, the sparse amount of defense that was there. And it put Dream so far into the negative that even though TY was mining off of only 1 base where Dream was mining off of 2, TY made enough infantry that he could then fight back the final part of that push and win the game.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really beautiful win there by TY.
Done.
Yeah, that's a player that knows the ins and outs, and that's why TY is #1 and Dream is probably number 5 or 6 still. I mean, I think that answers that question.
Ouch.
It's true.
The burns from Tasteless. Why do you hate Dream so much?
It's not hate. It's just a love for the truth, Artosis.
Oh.
All right, quick break. Up next, Armani vs. Zoun. Do not go away.
But all I wanna do is hold you now and hear the sound of your heart beating. If there's a way to stop this, show me how. You, me, will never make it through if we go on this way. I see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. I can let you do this. I don't know if I'm ever gonna be the same. Oh, but there's gotta be more to this. Just tell me that I'll hold you in my arms again. Giving up on, 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 giving up on love, 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 giving up on love, on love. We're giving up on love, on love. We're giving up on love, on love. We're giving up on love. I know you're telling me you're leaving, but all I wanna do is hold you now and hear the sound of your heart beating. If there's a way to stop this, show me how. I know you're telling me you're leaving, but all I wanna do is hold you now and hear the sound of your heart beating. If there's a way to stop this, show me how. I know you're telling me you're leaving, but all I wanna do is hold you now and hear the sound of your heart beating. If there's a way to stop this, show me how. I know you're telling me you're leaving, but all I wanna do is hold you now and hear the sound of your heart beating.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 이전 쓰리끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 16, T1, 3, Armani, Zoun. America TV, Pre-Go Studio Live, 2020 GSL Season 3, code is Last Stand.
Whoa, hold on. There's like exotic women chanting in this song. I never noticed that.
Well, Zoun's playing today, so his cultists are getting ready.
That's right. Time to make the animal sacrifice. The question is, which player is that animal? I think it's Armani, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Armani's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
Armani is a player who I always hope does well. He's been a guy who's been struggling for some time.
He's never been to the round of 16.
Yeah,
and this is his, I want to say it's his 9th GSL?
You might be right about that.
Right around there, at least.
And Zoun actually is also super exciting because he's just very new and he seems confident. He doesn't seem to be fazed at all by the studio environment. I'm curious about some of the players since we don't have an audience. How much of a factor that is for the new players.
That probably helps.
Yeah, where you don't have just, seats filled up in the studio and people staring at you and, the kind of the weirdness of that if you haven't had to play in that environment as a pro player. But, I think Zoun's style is a little bit more exciting, but it's really good to see Armani finally breaking that milestone, getting to the round of 16.
I think this could be a very interesting PvZ.
StarCraft 2 players dream of playing in the GSL. Dream of it, ever getting that good. You're the most watched StarCraft 2 thing there is. And these are two players that have a lot of promise. So let's just put them together and see what happens. Armani versus Zoun. Game 1 on Death Aura. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우리는 더욱 강하다.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, well, maybe he's just going to block.
Zoun taking the initiative here. I think we're actually not doing player intros now. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a block.
No.
No, he stopped it.
Cannon rush.
Okay, good. People watching are like, finally, something that happens in my ladder games.
Yeah, the one thing that I was like,
oh,
man.
Did he see it?
Yeah, he saw it. Drones are coming.
They're coming, Artie.
Zoun's not going to be happy about this.
Yeah, Zoun, more like frown. But sometimes there's ways you can like spam out the buildings and
you know, absolutely.
You're like, watch as you become a Fortnite player and you start making pylons around you.
Oh my God! Look at this. He had the second probe coming.
Fortnite.
Oh, I love it.
Probes are doing those stupid dances.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cannon.
Oh boy.
Oh, wait. You guys understand?
That was a kill.
Yeah,
so that was a bit. He needs to send another probe,
yeah,
right?
I think he's actually screwed this up.
Huh.
That's too late.
Is it too late?
Uh-oh. Now we're gonna have drones like
Yeah.
football linemen trying to block this off.
Well, if you bring it from a different angle, maybe it gets in more easily. But
I feel like there's
only one cannon.
I think you need more cannons is the problem.
Yeah.
You know, the cannon rushes are all about momentum. And if you just have one cannon, it's like, okay, well, they just produce and stop this. 1, 2.
Okay, he gets those just in time. That was definitely worth the drones because now creep is there, right? So you can't rebuild that one. Because
3.
Oh, very nice. Zoun's rush is having a hard time.
Yeah, this. Oh, I don't know, man.
Yeah, very nice right there.
Can you make a cannon on the high ground? No! He loses the probe. Sorry, we were all staying silent there.
Hold on, though. He's going to get the hatch.
He'll get the hatch. But, I mean, is it not true that these... Well, hold on. Is it going to get it?
Oh, tasteless.
Sorry, we're not even really catching this. We're just kind of reacting to it. Yeah, it's just...
Well, you know what? Zoun is a cannon rusher, not a canton rusher, tasteless.
Whoa. I can't believe it.
He got the queen, too?
Yeah. So I don't even know
We're
where this
call
game's
him
at.
last hit. He would win League of Legends with a cannon. It doesn't even move.
He gets gold for each unit he kills because he always last hits them.
My God. And look at that. He lost 999 minerals of stuff.
Oh, my God.
But if you turn that upside down
It's
backwards,
the mark of the beast.
It's the mark of the beast. It's upside down. It's even more the mark of the beast.
Oh, my God. What a completely bumpy game here. Okay, so let's try to figure out who is actually in the lead. Losing the queens hurts. How many drones were actually killed? Because it's 19 workers to 27. Zoun is able to make probes the whole time, whereas the Zerg can't. And you're on one production facility for right now with the hatchery, which impacts larva and everything else you can make.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Are you okay giving up SOS to have Zoun?
Oh, no. Don't do this to me.
Yeah, I got to do it. Are you okay with that? Because it feels like he's like the elder
like that
mystic
meme. It's like
cheesy Protoss, and like he is giving his powers to the one that he found that can replace him.
Yeah, it's almost like that meme where the mom is talking to the kids saying, no, you can't have another one. You already have a Zoun at home, and then it's SOS sitting there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Totally.
Oh my God,
And
he's making a void ray.
Oh, Zoun.
But is he going to cancel it? Because he's like, I'm so brainy.
No, dude. No.
He's so much more
SOS
brainy.
would cancel that, though, and start going Blink Stalkers, man, for sure.
SOS would cancel that one and then start another void ray, and it'd be like, whoa, what are we even doing?
He'd make a fleet beacon, but he'd make it like somewhere an Overlord could see it and then never do anything with it.
Yeah.
Like, that's expensive, dude.
Okay, so now we're going into, I guess, players trying to get into an ordinary game here in this PvZ. It's funny because he killed a hatchery despite the first probe being spotted. You know, a lot of times the cannon rush just starts and you go, okay, you got me. But that fight makes the math a lot more fuzzy in this game.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
well, where are they at, I guess, is the right question. Well, he's making a lot of gates here. Excuse me. Okay, he actually does start the third Nexus. I was wondering if he was trying to set up some weird two-base all-in because it felt too late to do anything like that. But no, he's got the safety Void Ray. Flying around a little bit with that, getting everything set. Lair on the way, Roachworn on the way. Armani mostly just focusing on droning right now.
And, you know, these Adepts are only going to be able to scout. I don't imagine he'll ever commit with anything like this for now. 4 more gates coming down here. And I imagine this game is going to come into a push pretty quickly here.
Well, he is making the Prism, so you might be right. But I feel like if you're making all these sentries and stuff and taking that third Nexus, it almost feels like you should wait a little bit.
He might.
He doesn't have that much energy or anything.
Well, Zerg doesn't have a 4th yet, though. So I guess you also got to wait for that, right? I mean, you're not normally taking a 3rd and trying to push their 3rd, but
he's not really drony either, though.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but it does seem like Zoun kind of got a little bit ahead. Maybe not, though.
No, I kind of agree with the assessment. It feels like he's in a good spot, right? Like, things haven't gone wrong. He hasn't really lost much anything. He has his 3 bases up. Yeah. There's no real standing army for Armani yet, but Armani really droned, man. Look at him at 69 drones.
Nice. Nice. So the push is going to come up here. And can he actually get this?
Well, you throw down some force fields and turn on your Void Ray, maybe. Well, he's going for more than just the hatchery, it looks like.
Yeah, he's going for broke here. Actually, he's chopping up this army pretty well. A lot of these roaches in the back are not really doing any damage. The Void Ray becoming pretty handy in here as well. The Immortal pretty much unscathed right now is pushing him away. And this very well may be a game where the 4th base, or sorry, the 3rd base is what I meant to say, is actually pushed and then taken out. And I would imagine you might even be able to push it even further from here. The Warp Prism is still at a safe distance where the Ravagers can't pick it off, although maybe in this next movement they can actually get it. Let's see.
He does throw a Transfusion down there. I think he can't really save the hatch if Zoun right-clicks on it, but Zoun tries to trade as well as he can. In fact, he might be able to break this.
Yeah.
More and more Stalkers continue to come out.
I think there might have been a bit of the sunken cost fallacy here with Armani.
It felt
trying
for
to
a
save
moment
that.
he might.
Yeah.
But not quite.
Yeah, and now he's lost quite a lot of what was used to defend, as well as the whole thing he was trying to defend. So, let's see. Right now, Armani could switch back into, you know, a new 3rd base by just relocating to where the 4th base was supposed to be. But yeah, this is a lot of pressure. This angle is probably the best that Zerg is going to get. Drones are now pulled. Ravagers beginning to go for the Warp Prism. It's taken out, but the Warpins did complete. And I think this, again, it should be the tipping point in this fight. I think there's just a little bit too much damage.
Yeah, he's really killing quite a bit here. The drone count is down sub 40 at the moment. Zoun's still mining well, adding gases at home, getting more Immortals, making a Twilight. I mean, I guess because he doesn't have a Prism and no more units coming, this will eventually be held, but it's a bad situation.
Well, the fact that he got that many workers, you come back out, the Immortal lives, by the way. And
21 kills on that Immortal.
Yeah, and now there's a 2nd Immortal in the group, and everything else that was lost can pretty easily be remade.
Yeah.
So,
well, he definitely did a lot of damage. That was completely worth it. Do you remember in StarCraft 1, the pro gamer with the ID Perfect Man?
Yes, I do.
Was that Zoun?
Could be. They did not look alike at all.
No, they didn't look alike at all, and they have different names and different birth dates.
They were even different heights.
But at the same time,
yeah,
Perfect Man in StarCraft 1 was not a perfect man, but I'm looking at Zoun right now. Is he not a perfect man?
Yeah, I feel like what's happening is when we have to do the interview, that Zoun's face opens up and there's a miniature Perfect Man inside. That alien in Men in Black.
Yeah.
So, what an ID, man. Perfect Man.
It's just the worst idea
It's just like, what? So,
if someone like Parting named himself Perfect Man, I'd be totally on board with it.
Yeah, you have to be a certain
type of man. But you can't be like
a
a B team or Protoss.
Yeah,
from
and be
StarCraft
Perfect
1.
Man.
No, you can't. All right, He's going to take out these really critical guys.
Yeah, and then how will he mine gas from his base then?
Yeah.
One thing for Zerg, though, by the way, is that the creep blanketing is actually still pretty good. If he just fills it in back where his 4th base is going to be, it's going to be fine.
Yeah. Well, I think right now, Zoun is just getting ready to kill him, though.
Yeah.
Right? He's going to have +1 in blink by the time he actually hits. Multiple immortals. Already that first push did so well. But look at the army supplies. It's like even army supplies, but this is like a roach-based army from Zoun.
Okay, so this push should have even more muscle and possibly even quicker success here, but let's see where the biles actually land.
A little bit hard to push up that ramp, to be honest, against that many biles. I don't think you should do it.
Yeah, but I think he's going to comb through here and clean up all the creep tumors and then just attack there. Now, this counter attack is actually pretty important because he can kill the Adepts and maybe even kill the Nexus, and then let's say that Zerg holds off the attack, then Protoss wins.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, then Zerg can win, excuse me.
All right, here he comes.
Okay.
Throws on some good force fields. It's going to buy him a bit of time.
Where is the War Prism with this army? Oh, I see. He's keeping it way far back. That's a good idea.
A nice pull up there, away from the biles. Disruptor's on the way right now. Disruptor's absolutely great against Ravagers. Nice little blink.
Yeah, he's going to try to edge in here once more. I think that Armani's doing an even better job this time around, trying to keep safer angles here.
Yeah, okay, takes a more aggressive blink here and just gets some sick surface area. I mean, there's a lot of biles coming down, but the army size of Zoun is so large.
Yeah, and I love these 2 Adepts over here. That's going to draw a lot of the Zerglings away. Right now, a lot of these biles are hitting Zoun's army, like an insane amount.
That is a lot, but there's a lot of Stalkers out right now. Oh my god, look at that. Ling's starting to get in. Can Armani actually hold on here? Is Zoun pushing too hard?
Yeah, Zoun might have overextended with this attack, but hold on. As we say that, it looks like Armani decides to abandon this base, or at least didn't get his army back there in time to defend it. Whoa!
Well, Zoun keeps the Nexus alive. Lurker Tech is about to be done here. We also have some Vipers being made at the same time as a Colossus, so that's a bit of an anti-timing on the Colossus. Colossus, I don't know if you got the memo, but they aren't particularly good against Vipers.
Thing is, I think Armani still just should be able to close this out. He just has more bases. He has more of an income.
You mean Zoun?
Oh, did I say Armani? No,
yeah.
Of course. I mean Zoun, yeah. He has more bases.
He's going to close it out with Tasteless.
No,
Tasteless, no!
Tasteless, what are you talking about? No, look, it's 4
he
bases
has
to
less
3.
bases.
He has less of everything.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
This should be a pretty easy kill move here. But again, this all started from a cannon rush.
Yeah, I wonder if he super turtles into these lurkers. Like, maybe there's some chance then.
I think this is still manageable, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I just have to imagine.
But the best chance would be a lurker-based turtle.
Okay, I love these disruptor shots. Oh, nice denial.
Oh, well, he gets one big one off. But there are some lurkers out now, and there's Vipers. And Stalkers are really terrible against both.
That's true, but at the same time, you know, he has to remake his 4th, and in a game that's really all about expansions at the end of the day, and especially in a matchup where the Zerg's supposed to be up in them, I mean, this looks like Zoun should be in great shape. And the Disruptors are a great addition, right? Because you can just start to take pot shots like this one right here.
Vipers are pretty good units.
But I think we might have more Disruptors come down.
Well, it looks like he's switching into Sky Toss, which I think is probably the best choice, right? And he's adding 2 more Robos, so maybe Disruptor Carrier type situation?
Maybe some situation where there's just not ever going to be enough Vipers to mute the Protoss's artillery attacks.
Maybe. Well, he's still going to walk around a little bit. 2 lurkers trying to hold the front here.
No observer? I don't see one.
No. Making an Oracle, though. I think Oracles are better anyways.
Yeah.
For detecting lurkers, just generally.
Look at this. Armani's kind of ready for everything, though.
Yeah. He's tightening up a bit. Zoun, though, is getting everything. He has 2 Stargates, a Fleet Beacon. He's going to have 3 Robos in a second here. He's getting, like, an air attack, Psy Storm. He's trying to remember what all the different upgrades are so he can get them right now.
It's funny how this game is going. it's the Protoss almost playing the role of the Zerg at this point in time. You know what I mean? Where normally this would be a Protoss player staying back and trying to defend and last into a super late game, and instead it's the Zerg doing that. So we have Zoun looking for an opening here. Again, no detection over there.
Yeah,
but Storm's
Stalkers just
coming.
can't do anything against Lurkers.
Yeah,
man.
Thermal Lance. Yeah, they're not a great unit in this situation. They're very good in that sweet spot of the mid game where you can really micro so well with them and do so much more damage, and you can use them to defend. But
yeah, you know, this is a little bit tougher Zoun in a certain way because his army doesn't really scale against what he's fighting against all that well. Like these Stalkers are not that useful. But if Armani doesn't move, he can't really attack in. He's like attacking into chokes that have Lurker Viper. That's not doable with this army.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well,
I almost feel like he should just suicide some of his Stalkers to get some better units.
Yeah,
you
just
know?
swap out the supply.
Yeah, just blink in somewhere, pick off what you can with them, but you need something else here to actually break this. Like, look at how weak his army is in some of these situations. Like, that right there will slash his army.
He's got Zealots actually attacking into the 4th base here.
There you go. Nice little move.
Something. I basically agree with what you're saying. Like, right now the Protoss has got obsolete units and is sort of running away and hiding with them.
It would even be better for him to just kill them himself. So, you know, either sacrifice them in an attack. Okay, he's finally going to do that. This is actually a really important thing, and this should have happened a while ago. Like, you don't want to do it too quick. He got a lot of infrastructure up first. But I think he was a little bit slow on that, right?
I agree.
And now Armani moving across the map.
Yeah, Armani headed down here to 6 o'clock. And we have most of the army actually over here by the 4th base for Zoun. So this is really the first moment that Armani's actually lashed out onto the map. And basically this entire game. And I don't see anything down here to defend. And I am somewhat under the impression Zoun might just have to give up this base.
Yeah. You're definitely right about that. So nice feedbacks going down. Trying to keep his Colossi alive with those nice feedbacks.
Very important feedbacks there. Is Zerg going to try to push the issue here? Looks like he might. Raid Storm's there.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Okay, this is getting a little bit scary here because Armani's just starting to force his way into here, and this actually denied weapons level 3.
Oh, that's a
wow,
good
that's actually huge.
Okay, get some good size storms down. I mean, yanking in a carrier, I don't think you're going to actually kill the carrier.
Yeah, well, the corrosive vials do connect onto it, so it looks like he finally does take it out with the last few Hydra shots.
Yeah, but
however,
will clean it.
Zoun's army was basically better. You know, the army that Armani had is good for turtling. It's not great for attacking.
And the one lurker going to clean it all up. But yeah, look, like, you can see how bad his army actually was against Armani's army right there.
Yeah.
I think. That was pretty clear cut that he was very inefficient there, but he holds on, and now he can get into the type of composition he actually wants, which what he's making is actually really funky. Like, he's making Immortals, Colossus, Carriers, Archons, and High Templars. He's like, what are the good units for Protoss? Give me those! I'm like, wait, no. They're all for different situations. Give me all of them!
And now, we have Hydra Lurker here. Some Lings filling in as well. Protoss is going to go for some counterplay here and try to push up into this northern spot here. I don't know how easy that is going to be to do. I do wonder if we should have some more disruptors against this style of play. A few more Templars to feed back the Vipers and then just keep that pressure on. And they're both actually going around each other here. Now there's like one Lurker there, at least covering that area now.
There's some more coming in right now. Gotta be careful about that. Good storm.
Great, beautiful storms
The
there.
High Templars are so important here.
Yeah. You can see how beefy those Lurkers really are. But this is a lot of Colossi damage here. Heartburning the 2 Colossi in there immediately. Now it's down to just 2 more.
Oh, man. Brings in some more carriers. He's out of interceptors on 2 of them right now. Luckily, those Colossus are actually doing a great job against the Hydras.
And the Zealots coming in here and doing more damage to the Hydras as well is huge. Interceptors are being made.
Right now, he's trying to target down a carrier. He does get one of them.
But the hatchery ultimately does go down. Looks like most of the drones will escape. Meanwhile, at a counterattack at 6. I'd be curious to see how many minerals are at each base here for Armani.
Well, his first 3 bases can't be very much.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe this one right here has a decent amount, but that's it. Look at it. The unit compositions that Zoun is making
so
are
weird.
So bizarre.
Yeah, another carrier goes down.
It's like Colossus Immortal Carrier. His opponent made a Corruptor, what would he do? It's like one hero Corruptor that kills the whole army. Well, now there are some Archons mixed in here as well, and GG is called.
That was a very special game.
That was a sick game. Zoun, I think, played really phenomenally for a long time, and then kind of sat on his Stalker army. You know, sometimes you get an army like, but I don't want to just throw it away.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit stunted in developing into the next part of the game, but I think he also was really expecting to actually end that game and kind of didn't know what to do next. But again, Zoun opening with a cannon rush. It didn't end the game. Armani expanded out again. Zoun had a pretty good sense of how to push and when to push. Armani with really good defense. Armani was fighting uphill for that entire game. So
both ways, man.
Yeah. So let's see what happens on Everdream now.
Yeah, that was a fascinating game because it feels like Zoun was so strong in the early game, and then Armani fought back so well, and Zoun kind of fumbled it later game.
Well, let's see what Zoun has planned, because I think planning is one of the key factors for a player like this. And our game 2 is ready. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프린스 아르마니 박진영. 알파 X 조운 박한수.
And it is not that often that the very first probe intended for the cannon rush is spotted, and the other player can react immediately, and the cannon rush still goes through, and the game is won by the Protoss. That's pretty special.
Yeah, it was very different. He was like last hitting everything. Last cannon shot kills the hatch. Last cannon shot kills the queen.
It was crazy. And here's what, it's funny because so much of the game comes down to milliseconds, and that was a good example of it. He got both the hatch and even got the queen before the last blow that would end the cannon rush for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
It got 2 hugely impactful shots off.
So with that being said, even though Zoun's player is very exciting, we're all kind of hyped for this new Protoss player, I could see Armani coming back and winning 2-0. It is definitely possible.
He looks strong, for sure.
Yeah, with the amount of things that went wrong for him that game, he had some fighting spirit. He knew what he needed to do to try to come back. It didn't end up working, but, like, yeah, he knows.
I wonder, though, what a more ordinary game is going to look like. And I mean ordinary as in not a cannon rush. Because Zoun has a lot of weird techie builds, and he's pretty smart. And I don't know. So far, nothing but good games, though, today.
Yeah, today is quite nice. Well, round of 16 always steps up a bit, right? The player levels are much closer than in the round of 24.
So the Stargate's coming here.
Doesn't care that the Overlord sees it. Wonder if he'll go Void again. I do like the Void.
Well, it's interesting to see when it's incorporated.
Well, it kind of makes it hard to counterattack, to like harass. You know, you can't really send roaches across.
That's what it used to be used for a lot.
Yeah.
You know, and it kind of, God, I guess. Well, we've had many iterations of StarCraft, but it seems to be coming back. It was also used a little bit in that push.
Yeah.
You know, it seemed to come in handy there. So the Overlord can no longer scout. The Stalker's going to chase it out. When you see a Stalker like this, sometimes you think, okay, are you up to something?
No good.
Yeah, or you have something to hide. And this is a Void Ray coming here. Now, Void Ray is becoming more commonplace, but you know, keeping the Zerg guessing forces them to become a lot more loose with how they're going to try to handle this. They have a lot more variables to factor in if they can't predict stuff. Sometimes we have players make the first Stalker, chase stuff out, and then they don't do anything weird.
Yeah.
And you're just like, no, I'm playing standard.
Those builds can be actually big mind games in and of themselves.
Right.
You remember when Haas was cheesing everybody in like WCS, which one was it?
We were in
the Spanish one.
Spain, Valencia.
WCS Valencia. He actually had this other build where it looked like a lot of the other ones, and then he got a Forge and started upgrading. You know, and then suddenly his attack it's a little bit stronger a little bit later. And there's definitely some interesting things you can do in denying scouting.
Keep in mind the reputation that Zoun has. A lot of players are just trying to figure out what is the trick up his sleeve.
Well, this is hilarious.
Yeah.
He's using a very old build.
This was something we used to cast a lot of in the past, and this is one of these builds that, and there's a slight variation because there's a Void Ray here.
Yeah.
But this is one of these snowball builds where
I think he's going to kill him with it.
Yeah, you're going to show up, and there's going to be so many charge lots.
Yeah.
That you cannot hold it off. You are not ready for this smothering amount of damage.
And it's like, look at this. Zoun does not even have 2 base saturation, right? He's on 36 probes. He just has a bunch of gateways. He's just going for it.
And
that's it.
Generally speaking, there is not a real plan B for Protoss.
Yeah,
I mean, unless you do like crippling damage.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it does. This is an all-in in the truest sense of the word.
And Armani sees it, by the way. And even the plugging of the natural, it all points to one thing, which is this all-in happening here now. Now there's 16 lings being made, but let's see what happens when the first warp-in wave comes into play.
Yeah, lings are not generally what you're looking for here. Look at this, trying to get in on top of the army immediately. You're not going for the hatch. He has to get a kill, not just a hatchery kill.
That's right, and the good hold position there on the drones.
Not targeting the Void Ray perfectly, but some good warp-ins.
But Adepts are coming in here, and the other Adepts are being pulled away here. The Spore has actually been microed underneath. Again, the Zealot's continuing to tear through here. This may be too much damage. The Queen's coming back over here. We need another warp-in round in a second here. Zoun going to try to press forward. The Roach pops out, is immediately killed off.
Oh, I think there's some Roaches behind. Yeah, look at that. Coming up and hitting some of these as they're warping in. The drones doing their best to help out in the fight. The final spying does end up falling right there. And again, the Spore walks up and burrows underneath. Some great Spore usage from Armani.
It looks like the last few Zealots are still here. We need another warp-in round, but now the Spore is continuing to do some damage.
Well, that looks to me like a hold from Armani. He did lose 28 workers during this. He did lose all of his queens during this. This brings us to 26 workers against 36 at the end of the fight.
So, I mean, he did not complete the mission objective there.
No.
The goal was actually to already be out of this game. I think there was some really good control. He's going to lose this Void Ray.
Yeah.
There was some really great control. Wow, look at me and my play-by-play being bad. The hold position on the drones was huge. The Zealots did not get to charge in the way they wanted to. There was a lot of patience here. Also, the warp-ins kept getting hiccuped by the Spore being microed underneath the warp prism.
That was very nice. That was totally key there, too.
Yeah. So now Zoun goes into Disruptors, his favorite unit.
It seems to be, doesn't it?
We're seeing Zoun use these Disruptors a lot like they are Reavers from StarCraft 1 with the Warp Prism, where he throws them out, fires, picks them up, and he's even going to get the Warp Prism speed, just like we see Shuttle speed purchased quite often.
Well, I think that's especially important, actually, with Disruptor drops.
Yeah.
Right. The Prism isn't like a slow unit, but it's too slow to be flying around with all of your power and not have that speed upgrade that's so cheap. He's continuing to try to harass, making those Disruptors at home, getting that speed upgrade. Nice move from Armani. Knows what's up.
Yeah, right now Armani just shutting down everything. And look, this is a very different type of game that Armani survived Zoun's planned in game 1.
They're actually somewhat similar as far as workers go here. Zoun has a slight lead in that way.
Well, Zoun also has a little bit more tech. A lot of drones were killed.
Yeah. He's come out of the all-in pretty well. He did do a ton of damage.
But there's not an easy follow-up push from this. Zhao's going to have to sit back and build up quite a bit. But he can start to harass with these disruptors, and that's what I'm mostly curious about seeing. You know, you can't really run from disruptor shots with Ravagers.
No.
Like, they will die.
Yeah. Very, very cool to see. It looks like Infestation Pit coming up here from Armani. Wonder what his plan is with that.
Yeah, let's see.
Like, I could see him just running up to Hive, or would you really want to go Hive here?
I'm not sure. He's low on bases.
Yeah.
It seems like growth is more important than tech, but I'm not.
Maybe
I don't know.
He feels like he needs Vipers. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
By the way, Armani's doing a very good job being active on the creep to trace where the Warp Prism's going to be. He's trying to just make sure that the disruptors can never have their feet on the ground. I don't know if disruptors have feet, but you guys get my idea.
They certainly don't have feet.
Yeah, you don't think they
I
have
don't even understand. I think they're floating.
You don't think they have like little feet with booties on them under there?
Where would they be?
Underneath.
Well, they have that thing that's like spinning around them the entire time, so I think they actually just float.
That's their inner tube.
That's their inner
tube? Yeah, that's so they don't
the
drown.
floaty inner tube?
Yeah, they don't know how to swim.
Nice.
They stand on their feet, Artosis. Make no mistake. So another push is going to come through here, or maybe this is just Protoss trying to gun down creep.
He's just looking for value anywhere he can get it, I guess.
Okay.
Whoa.
I cannot believe he kept that alive. That's huge.
Nice pickup there. All right, comes up to these spines. We'll be able to pick those off relatively easily. Goodbye,
Another observer goes down.
Nice blink forward here, getting very aggressive against Armani, dodging those biles as well.
I love the one-shotting of the Ravagers there.
Yeah, it looks like the Roach is trying to pick off this disruptor. Can't quite get the second one.
Oh, this might be too much.
Yeah.
And again, the disruptor shots with Zoun are getting so much value. It's so funny to see such an old style of Protoss used so efficiently here. And it's just 2 disruptors. It's not what a lot of other players do where they got like 8 disruptors and they're not really using them like a Shuttle Reaver, you know? This is a very different approach. He gets exactly enough for a Warp Prism.
Ooh.
And look, that was shot down there, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah,
this is where you're blinking on top of the army. And it looks like Zhao's going to go on to the winner's match against TY. I don't see a situation where Zerg survives this.
Oh, that micro right there.
GG.
Ooh.
Old styles in modern games. I dig it.
I am just loving Zoun's play.
So that unit comp was very typical of his StarCraft 1 PvP, which is Dragoon Reaver. But yeah, you have enough ranged units you're firing, and then you pick up the 2 Reavers with the shuttle. You're chucking out these shots. You just want to make sure you don't lose the Reavers. The Reavers can take damage. They can even tank damage in some fights. And then you've had enough shots connect, and it allows you to kind of topple them. And that's what Zoun did. We've seen in the past a lot of players have just a bunch of disruptors, but with not in the Warp Prism.
This was very precise disruptor play.
Yeah, and he even knew he could drop them on the ground, fire his shots in, and pick them up immediately. And look, 2 or 3 effective disruptor shots, you've got enough to win. Up next, TY vs. Zoun. We'll be right back.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.4끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning,
Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 리케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼.
야, 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게.
야, 어디가?
금방 와.
자, 이 정도. 20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 자, 씨. 됐어.
아, 미안해, 로나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아, 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자. 경쾌하게 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
네, 그렇습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가 없는데?
너 키워보라고.
성능을 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대화면, 16:10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
라면이요.
자, 이게
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 빨리 나와요, 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
고고! 핫식스!
네. 들어가면서 오늘은 거성을 정리하고 이쪽에 지뢰 아이고야. 자, 와, 마이크로 좋은데요. 마이크로 컨트롤 좋은데요 지금. 오른쪽은 지뢰 대박 났어요. 자, 저 들어가는데 파운드 뚫고. 여기도 한번 지뢰 대박 났고. 들어가자. 오. 뭐 지뢰 때려. 막 그러는 거죠. 맞으면은 그냥 내가 더 때리는데 안에서 이제 붙이. 지뢰를 완전히 무시하고 있어요. 네, 이건 정명훈 선수가 당하면서도 진짜 어이가 없을 것 같거든요. 계속 와요, 진짜 또. 많아요. 여기에 맹독충 없으면은 맹독충 없으면 그 자체는 해병이 이길 수 있거든요. 의료선이 터집니다. 자, 그래도 2업 맹독충. 점사! 좋아요, 점사 좋아요. 점사! 정명훈! 다 쓸어버려야죠. 이걸로! 자, 마지막 반반! 한테도 이거 치면 참 못 잡니다! 네, 자, 자원 채취! 몰래사령부 한 군데만 내려서 지게로봇 잠깐만 돌아갔으면은 정명훈 선수 이겼겠네요, 이 게임. 네. 진짜 미니맵을 밝히고 있는 저 한 지뢰 하나 남았어요. 제제! 1, 2경기의 그 복주기 관찰은 사실 이 페이크, 이거 페이크! 그렇죠. 사실이 딱 보면 클라요! 아이, 거기서 버벅거리지 말고! 땅굴 봤어요! 땅굴 계속 들어요! 멈추지 않아요! 어디 하나 뚫리면 이긴다는 생각으로 계속 들어요! 뚫으면 된다는 거예요! 앞만 보고 다니죠! 네! 자, 이 정도! 또 뚫었어요! 4차! 계속 들어요! 땅굴에! 새로운 역사를! 보여주고 있어요! 뒤로 들어가 버려요! 자, 일단 지뢰가 저기 심어졌기 때문에 퇴로가 없어졌습니다. 이거는 적의 입장에서도 이 병력을 조심해서 쏘. 그렇죠. 이거 다 죽겠는데요. 양각치기로. 다쳤어요. 밖에서 손에 엄청 보는데요. 잠복 감염증 걸렸고요. 저글링이 몰려옵니다. 자, 밖에서는 저글링이에요. 맹독충이에요. 그렇죠. 중화장 단기 유닛으로 이렇게 싸웁니다. 올라가긴 갔습니다만. 판단력 진짜 일단 좋은데요. 자, 맹독충 때문에 여기까지 하고 빼야죠. 야, 맹독충 제거 진짜 잘했어요. 재정비. 맹독충 여기 싸움이거든요. 맹독충. 이거 안 좋아요. 김태철 굉장히 안 좋습니다. 잘 싸워야 돼요. 끝을 빠진 거 보자마자. 그렇죠, 바로 들어가죠. 자, 이제 집중해야 되는데 조정해야 돼요. 맹독충 올라오는데요. 공사만 지워버려야 됩니다. 지워버려야 돼, 김민철은. 맹독충 단계. 마지막 인류 철벽으로 안 나요. 철벽. 하지만 불살이 떨어지면 조성주가 몰아치는데요. 인류는 멀망하지 않고 볼수 있어요. 풀어. 맹독충 이거 취소 나가는데요. 김민철 못 버티나요. 이거 맹독충 없으면 못 나가요. 철벽 무너지나요. 해병의 힘으로. 인간당도 무너지나요. 경대팔 마지막 대란의 희망. 야, 이걸 어떻게 인류는 무너지지 않는다는 오늘 경기에서 확실하게 조성주 선수가 보여주네요. 자, 이번에도 뮤링링에 힘을 주고 있는 박수 선수예요. 자, 이번 잡아먹어야죠. 잡아먹고. 자, 추가 변경 오니까 뒤쪽으로 물러섭니다. 들어가죠. 뚫어버린 거 잘하는 들어가야죠. 여기서 이득 봐야 돼요. 그렇죠. 그렇습니다. 박수가 가장 잘하는 플레이. 뮤링링으로 집어들고 일꾼 테러. 일꾼 속가지고 있는 박수의 플레이. 11번. 지뢰가 살아남았고. 의료선 너무 많아요. 의료선이 많아서 1대1 제어가 가능하죠. 뮤탈이 의료선을 잡아야 됩니다. 이거. 잡아야죠. 지나 버텨줄지. 그런데 3기도. 맹독충 부족해요. 해병 많아요. 지뢰가 버텨내고요. 가서 깨버렸습니다. 장원주 제제. 이병대 잡아먹나 한번 끊어먹나요? 박수. 지뢰 쿨만 잘 빼면 신영 선수의 저병력 모두 들어오는데요. 지뢰 두 방. 맹독충이 문제야. 맹독충의 산개. 와, 산개가 이거. 야, 이거 상대 좋았어요. 자, 보죠. 뒤쪽으로 물러서면서 맹독충 들어올 때. 자, 이게 이신영의 명품 산개. 3-3-5 프로를 당연히 수 있을지. 없어. 제재. 경기 끝났습니다. 이신영 3대0 세기를 받고 압도적인 차이를 보이면서 박수 선수 누르고 1년 만에 4강 복귀를 성공해냅니다. 들어오는데요. 절반 끊어내고 역전. 위에는 강동선 나왔어요. 양쪽 다 컨트롤. 자, 양쪽 다 손해보고 있는 어윤수. 하지만 잘 던졌어요. 던졌어요. 박살내요. 귀한 뺐어. 여기까지 성공. 역장 에너지 얼마나 남았어요? 역장 없어요. 이구 뚫렸고.
끝나는 겁니다.
이구 뚫렸어.
탈수 있나요? 어윤수.
이구 뚫렸어.
다시 꺾이면 못 와요. 이거 버텨내야 되거든요. 자, 이후에 병력이
불멸자 잡혔고요.
불멸자 깨집니다.
파수기도 다 잡혔어요.
파수기 정리되고 그냥 생명력 가지고 싸워야 돼요.
주성웅 진짜 깨야 됩니다.
자, 위에 무강기를 노리고 있었죠.
무강기 터졌어요.
이병력 내주면
고립됐어.
없죠. 막힙니다.
고립됐어요. 진짜. 올라가는 순간 경기는 끝납니다.
파수기 없어요.
저글링이 올라갔어요.
해야 됩니다. 들어서
올라갔어요.
결승전 가기 전만큼은 내가 최강이라는 걸 증명을 해내야죠.
저글링이 올라가면 얼스 올라가는 거예요. 그렇죠. 아, 이게 얼스 나오는 거예요.
Round of 16. TY. 3. Armani. Zoun. Africa Team. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020. GSL Season 3. Cody's Last Stand.
What's up, everybody? We're back, and we're about to decide the first survivor to go on to the round of 8. This is TY versus Zoun, and TY I think is the safest bet. He's already won a GSL this year. He looks phenomenal in play, but
how dare you?
But Zoun looks really scary. He looks really original in his approach. He's very good at doing what he's doing, which is what nobody else has been doing before. He's really he's breathing life into Protoss.
Yeah.
And I think he's looked like he's had a lot of prep work in his play. So I want to see what happens here in a PvT, because we know he's ready for a PvZ. There's 2 Terrans in this group. What is he going to do against the best Terran there is this year?
Yeah, I think nobody knows. Least of all TY maybe, right? Zoun has brought such a range of strategies so far.
And this is one of our newest players. He's been on a roll, and he's making Protoss work in an era where it's been dark times for Protoss.
A little bit.
We're going to go to Submarine for map number 1, TY versus Zoun. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우리는 더욱 강하다. 아프리카 프릭스 TY 전태영. 알파 X 조운 박한솔.
I am very excited to see what Zoun is going to do. TY, he'll probably try to kill probes early on. That seems to be what his TVP is nowadays. You know? Get a Hellion in there or something like that. Oh, second racks.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, that's already different.
TY taking the initiative here in this game.
What do you think that's for? Like a 2-on-1?
Well, it's funny because we've had games where, people want to make it look like they're going to do some kind of aggressive build, but they actually hide something else on the map. But he's definitely up to something with the second barracks.
Yeah, and look at those stats. TY has never beaten Zoun.
Oh, wow, that's some great spin right there, Artosis.
Yeah.
0-0. I have to imagine these guys have played at least a little bit in online play or customs, but I don't.
They've probably hit each other on ladder. TY doesn't play many of the online tournaments, but Zoun plays a fair amount of them.
Yeah. Well, and out here in Korea, it's not like there's an infinite number of top-tier StarCraft players. Like, there's a lot of very good players, but the best of the best are known out here. So Zoun was known, I think, before a lot of our viewers were familiar with him.
Certainly was. He's been making waves in the online cups.
Yes.
You know, for a bit now, Lima League and all that.
And I think he hasn't been feeling too overwhelmed here in our studio. Again, we don't have any audience because of COVID. So nowhere can have an audience right now. So he's playing very well. And we have the bunker coming over here. It's close to halfway finished, but the Adept's going to deny that.
Good micro. I do appreciate a good juke.
Yeah. But when the second Reaper's here, and soon the third, you know, the Adept does not kill the bunker that fast.
No, it does not. He's not even making another gateway unit. There we go. Second Adept.
Here come the three Reapers now.
Well, you know what? He gets the SCV, which is important, so the bunker will never finish. And now he has two, so, I mean, I think he's all right.
Yeah, I almost feel like TY didn't quite engage there correctly. Like, I don't know why you'd lead with the SCV.
Yeah.
Oh, this is annoying. That probe might kill the SCV, making the this command center back at home.
Oh, now with the fourth one, he's starting to deal some damage here, but two of the Adepts, one Adept falls and two Reapers fall.
Keep in mind the Adepts have a little bit more utility in a longer game than the Reapers. I mean, the Reapers really you can't do much after a certain point in time in the game. The original design of the Reapers, you didn't have to stop making them. This was like, you know, 10 years ago with Maka Prime and stuff, but the Reapers are just very good. And now you can try to do some damage with them, but you usually don't get away with that much. Now, in this game, Zoun is going for a Void Ray, which is going to be scouted as it pops out.
Yeah, and I think the Void Ray was just like an anti-cheese measure. I don't think he has big plans for it, you know?
Do you like that in the animation it looks like the laser comes out of the Reaper into the Void Ray as it pops out?
Oh, did it?
It's a funny way, funny looking display as it pops out.
Well, that would be something else if suddenly they had. Oh my God, he's making a second Void Ray.
Okay, so this is definitely, there's something going on here.
Remember, we did see him do a Void Ray bust before.
Yeah.
On a bunker against Innovation.
Could he be trying that again? Remember, when you go for Reapers, even though they can do damage early, they're not Marines. You've slowed down some upgrades. You haven't quite developed the other tech you normally want to have. And Void Rays, although they're also, oddly enough, sort of similar to Reapers in that, like, you don't need a bunch of these at the end of the game. You know, like you'd see a Terran with battle cruisers or something like that. They can do a lot of damage at a specific time of the game that might be able to flip it over. You know, he might just have enough damage with the Void Rays and the rest of his stuff. He can blast down the defenses and then start to really mount a lot of pressure.
Well, you know what's really weird is he's making a third Void Ray, and he's making a support bay.
And he's shown two already, so that's...
You remember Void Ray Colossus? That was a thing in Wings of Liberty.
Yeah, a long time ago. I do
literally
remember it.
Wings of Liberty.
This is a very odd... What's weird is he's okay showing them. I kind of expected him to be hidden here, or for him to just show one, but then try to hide 2 and 3 somewhere else, but he's just sort of moving around with the Void Rays. So I feel like I'm trying to describe this game, and I don't know if I'm doing it correctly because Zoun is not behaving the way we're used to seeing Void Rays here.
Well, he's got 3 Void Rays now, and TY has seen 3 Void Rays.
Yeah,
it's literally Void Ray Colossus. I don't think he's going to make more Voids, but I didn't think he'd make number 2 or number 3, so who knows?
Yeah, let's see. Again, Zoun, guys, has a very, very different approach to the game. And this is what makes RTS so good, is even when we think we've got pretty much all the matchups mapped out, someone comes along and changes it up.
Yeah.
And so now we're going to see what exactly Zoun wants to try here.
Well, he's going to have a Colossus out here momentarily. He's going to have a battery as well. So I think he'll hold on against everything. Like, I mean, it's a kind of scary amount of units, but with a Guardian Shield, with a battery, I think he'll hold. Oh, those are going to be strong.
Yeah. The Void Rays are not great at trying.
Oh! Oh, it hit the probe.
Okay, this is annoying. Oh my God.
Oh. Okay, well, finally he does take a hit on the Voids. Oh.
Oh, this
Things
is
are going
actually,
wrong for Zoun right now.
Zoun is completely falling apart right now. Maybe he'll get that medevac. I don't know about this, guys. This is looking.
Yeah, it's not going
like,
super hot for him right now.
Yeah. Well, you know, it goes to show you some of the limitations of Void Rays is that they're not fast. You can kind of avoid wherever they are. So TY, maneuvered in there perfectly, did a ton of damage, and then just sort of backed off. And he might even try to do it again here.
Yeah, I would say.
Oh God, it's still there.
Oh, I didn't even notice that one actually. That's so rough.
Yeah, he needs to get the observer up there. Oh, he's gonna. Oh my God, he's gonna scan and kill this.
What? Oh. Well, thank God that wasn't any faster and could get away. That would have been annoying for Terran.
The drop's gonna come in here again.
Literally now he's having such a hard time clearing these mines, man. Oh my God.
Well, you know, it's funny that you invest in the Robotech like Colossus, and your observers are not going to be able to get everywhere. It's like a game of whack-a-mole, right? Like, you can see a can's being thrown down here. Zoun may just fizzle out. 23 probes is like...
It's a lot of probes.
It's hard to imagine ever coming back against that, against just a top-tier player, but then it's TY, who's the best player. So...
Yeah, he's pretty all right.
We're seeing TY shut all the doors in this game as far as exit plans here for Zoun.
It does feel that way.
And it certainly seems like whenever Zoun gets to what he wants to get, it won't be enough because TY should have simply outgrown him.
Maybe it's time for him to start playing like Patience and throw down a second Robo. Because right now, the way this game is going, it does not feel like a Zoun victory.
No, I mean, this is like, oh God. Not even splitting probes here when it's getting hit.
Well, eventually you just got to give up, right?
Yeah, well, TY is cooking up an endgame strategy here back at home. I mean, he's just going to macro up. And I guess Zoun might as well try to attack. This is an unconventional unit composition, but when you've got, I don't know how many Marines, but like an insane amount, I worry what the Void Rays are going to do, even with the 2 Colossi.
Well, you know what? Good force fields right there. He does have good army supply comparatively right now.
Now, the Void Rays also do draw some of the fire from the Vikings, coolly enough, but I don't see the Colossi doing the damage to make up for that.
The position is too hard to attack into.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like, he's got a depot in front. Like, if the Zealots go in, everything's going to be lagging behind, and you're just going to lose all the Zealots, right? You can't really move it all forward at once. Okay, he is getting a second Robo. You know what? If he is careful and does not lose this army and goes Patient style, I think there's still a chance here for him.
He is getting those disruptors, which you see him use so effectively.
Yeah, he's very good with disruptors.
I think the problem is just that TY got in there and did a little bit too much damage. He
did do
that wasn't even like a standard Codes game where we go, wow, that was a great play. That was like more damage than we basically ever see in an early game.
He was dunking on him.
Yeah.
Disruptor's coming out now. Second Robo should be done. So, I mean, he can really start to build his Robo unit count, but TY, of course, is going to be in here with an idea of how he wants to play against that. You know, I think a lot of people have been caught off guard lately from some of these Robo-heavy builds that we've seen.
I really like them a lot.
Yeah, yeah. I like that he's adding in some Liberators. We'll see how he utilizes those.
TY, I think he has the right idea here, but he's got really passive for a while after he did that damage. I think you look at that and you say, okay, I have basically won if I play perfectly.
And I felt like he was waiting for the right Viking count because it was like 3 Void Rays, 2 or 3 Colossi, right? But he actually stopped Colossi. So I look at this army now. Does he have the right army to attack against this many Disruptors?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But he has made a decent amount of siege tanks here, which is something TY is pretty well known for. Stalkers come up to try to slow down, don't really do much.
And this is the location that's got a bullseye on it here for TY.
Oh, look at this flank. Oh,
this
my
is
God.
really good.
This is a really good idea.
Oh, my God. Hitting the tanks here. The Zealots will come in here. Hit from behind. Is this actually enough, though? He needs to get those disruptors over there to hit the infantry. No. Yeah. It was actually a pretty catastrophic failure of an attack
The
here.
idea was cool.
Yeah, but unfortunately the Liberators and the tanks covered the area where the disruptors had to move through to then hit the infantry.
Yeah. It would have been actually better from all from one side, but I like the idea. It seemed brilliant, but it totally wasn't.
Okay, great play here. Takes the Nexus out. I don't know, man. I think this might be a pretty anticlimactic loss here for Zoun, at least for game one. A lot of the results we're seeing here are all due to what happened early on with the drops from TY.
Very much went wrong for Zoun.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what the rest of the series is going to look like, but good performance from TY as expected.
You know, Zoun showing some really original play here. Wow, that's so good. But again, TY just comes in there, does the damage, knows where to attack, knows how to retreat, and definitely does not miss a beat when it comes to macro play.
And losing that many robo units, I'm not really confident in Zoun being able to fight back at all, right? Like, maybe if he still had 2 Colossus and 6 Disruptors or something like that, then like, okay, maybe there's a chance. But he lost the base, he lost most of his good units. TY ahead on upgrades, ahead on kind of everything.
Okay, again, right now TY just sort of shredding up the army. You know, this is a difference between using the disruptors like Zoun has against Terran when compared to Zerg. Like, Terran do a lot of damage fast. When you're trying to hit those Ravagers, you can get in and get out.
Yeah, they can't really target it down. They shoot too slow.
Okay, more shots being pumped out here. And yeah, I mean, I'm watching this game, guys, and I'm trying to figure out a way that I see Zoun come back, and I just can't. This is why there's these pauses here. I just look at this, I go, no, there's no way. Like,
well, rightfully so. TY has outdone him this game.
Yeah, and we're basically watching Zoun in his death throes here in game 1. I would like to see what would happen in a game where TY was able to, or I should say Zoun was able to really do what he wanted to do. You know, like basically TY just got in there with the drops, did the damage.
Well, look, Zoun is still trying to fight. He's at half the army supply, but he has a good probe count. It's just he doesn't have the nexuses for those probes.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the army to protect the nexuses he does have. Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing GG here. There's just really nothing left for Zoun. He's barely mining at this point.
And TY's growth rate is just insane here. And you can see with just stalkers like this, and already the infantry is too strong. GG, TY crushes. Let's see what happens in game 2. I think Zoun, a lot of that we can chalk up to the fact that he was hit by so many Widow Mines. I actually lost count of how many SCVs were killed. I saw 23, but I think it went up from there.
I think it went a little bit above that.
Yeah. And look, TY's tactic paid off. I don't know if it really matters what happened after that. I think Zoun showed that he can hang on. He's a tough player. And he's going for these unusual unit comps, but the thing about TY is he's not going to let you do what you want to do.
No,
that's
like the bookends of his TVP.
TY had a bunch of attacks and tactics set up that were there to punch holes in Zoun's play. Zoun missed one, and then the other, and the other, and the other. And after that, it just snowballed from there. But it's a best of 3. We're not done yet. Eternal Empire will be our map for game 2. TY right now with a 1-0 lead versus Zoun.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프린스 TY 전태영. 알파엑스 조운 박한솔.
You know, there's a different universe in which he blocks those mine drops just slightly better, because mine drops like that, they tumble out of control real quick. Like, there'll be one mine that you just barely don't get. Like we saw the Void Rays, right? That barely didn't get a mine, and then suddenly everything gets really sloppy really quick, and then you're like paying too much attention in certain areas and not enough in others, and it gets way out of hand way quickly.
Well, I also wonder if the cycle of mine drops was premeditated before the game started, or if it was a reaction to seeing Void Rays and going, oh, those aren't fast. You know what's fast? Medivacs and Widow Mines.
Huh.
The Robo was late.
Yeah,
I think you know, the thing is, there's one observer, which was actually shot down by the infantry when you were making that joke, Artos. It's like, it's 3 bases.
Would have made it out, by the way, on the other patch.
Yeah.
Would have made it out. Thank God TY, our champion, isn't annoyed with Zoun right now. That's, oh.
So, again, the bummer for me with that game is that we saw these interesting units picked here for Zoun, and then he just got murdered, and we didn't get to see what he actually had in store. You'll have this in games where you go, oh, what is that for? That's cool. And then he just gets killed.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we don't get to know.
I appreciate, though, how he tried to come back. Like, he got the second Robo and everything. There was a lot of cool things going on. It just didn't work that time. And I feel like it could work, though.
Sure.
One thing I want to mention is I've really been thinking about Patience's style a lot. The really heavy building upon your Robo-based army. I really like it. It's just like there's a lot of intelligence there. It kind of doesn't let the Terran just kind of out-micro you in basically any situation, right?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like anti-micro. I don't know. I liked the style, and I like that Zoun got the second Robo reasonably quickly. That's kind of like what I'm looking at as the Patience style, right? So I wonder if we're going to see that more from him, though. You know, I wonder how many Protosses are going to get in line with that.
Yeah, I same thing. Like, how many are actually going to copy this?
It's hard to say.
Or if this is just going to bring some new ideas. Because that's what's so fun about players like this, is when they just start to do things differently and you go, oh, wait a minute. Even if it doesn't work, you might say, oh, I think I see what he's trying to do. Maybe I can tinker with that and have my own strategic expression from this.
Yeah. Okay, Stargate. Oh, it's done, and a Phoenix is made, not a Void Ray.
Now, this might be a shifting of gears here from Zoun.
Well, that's going to be probably better in a lot of ways against what TY does.
Yeah, well, usually Phoenixes can catch Medivacs, and they can pick up Widow Mines as they're coming in there. And, you know, TY just navigated his way through there, got the first Widow Mines down, and the Void Rays just can't catch up. They can't kill the Widow Mines as fast as they need to. But this game, we have a Banshee and Cloak coming here from Terran. So this is also a different approach. So we're really in pretty much a completely different game.
Yeah, the multitasking of Zoun to block the cloaked harassment, which was the mines in the previous game, was a little bit off. So yeah, it kind of makes sense for TY to go for something like this, right? Get those cloaked Banshees in there and see what you can do. Third base coming up here for Zoun. First Banshee gonna head off across the map.
So the Robo is about to finish here. Let's see what's made out of that right as it gets done. Because there's enough time to get something to detect here before that Banshee gets there. But there's a Robo support bay coming right now.
Yeah, so, I mean, is this just going to be Colossus tech again? I think so.
I believe so.
Just 3 base and a Colossus.
I think you get a few Colossus, and then I think Zoun goes into the Disruptors.
Yeah.
Let's see if and when he gets Warp Prism speed. Preemptive Cloak here.
Yeah, I like it. Just want this to be seen at the last possible second.
Yeah, you want to already be killing probes by the time that Zoun realizes that his main base is under attack.
Good thing he has a shield battery here. This could be real bad real quick.
Yeah.
This flies right over. I love it.
And now he's going to recall back over here.
Recalls an Observer. Okay, there are the Phoenixes. I thought he was going to recall the Phoenixes.
Oh, the Observer's kind of moving up for some reason, but he does save it.
Okay. 4 kills.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's 2 Observers. I didn't see the one right next to the Phoenix. Excuse me. Okay, tanks and Marines are coming back.
Yeah, I think this game is going to get pretty passive for a little bit.
I think it actually has to. I mean, this happens on this map a lot too, but there's 2 eBays coming down here. There's a lot more upgrades on the way here. And, you know, the Phoenixes are really a good defensive measure to kind of lock out a lot of other options you could have had in this game. And so I think we see both players take their thirds up, continue to produce, continue to upgrade.
Yeah, and I think it's like, as far as Zoun goes, he only made 3 Phoenixes, and we've seen a little bit of Phoenix Colossus lately. But I actually prefer this, to be honest. Like, oh, he makes a 4th Phoenix. Okay, well, I am joining the Church of Zoun, so I guess I'll just be like, yeah, this is good.
I'm already a convert.
But he makes the 4th Phoenix. That is interesting to me, because that was kind of the question I was looking at, was, is this going to end up being a Phoenix Colossus composition, or is it like a 3 Phoenix anti-harassment opener into Colossus, and then, of course, you're going to get Stalker's Charge, all that.
Will he get another Phoenix, though?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Because if you're going to go robo-heavy, is that what you want? I feel like you want to build your Stalker count with it.
Seems like it. Well, hold on. I think we're going to have a little bit of a push out here from TY. He's very good at setting up these attacks. And this is going to get spotted pretty much immediately here.
Yeah. I don't think there's any actual chance for TY to do damage right now anyways. Like, it's 3 base. He's sitting back very turtled.
This is a great catch, by the way.
I love that he has cannons in his mineral lines.
Yeah, no, he's playing really well. And there's even a cannon over here in the natural. And, you know, these Banshees really didn't do that much.
No, it looks like
this one, I think it's away, but
yeah.
Still, this is all really good. The stim is done, by the way. I don't know if Terran's going to move out for a little bit.
Looks like he is bringing a group around. Okay, the 4 Phoenixes come in for some harassment. A few SCVs go down. No biggie.
Yeah, there's been small scuffles on either side here, but really nothing major.
Meantime, still a little bit of roaming here from TY. Zoun getting ready to take a 4th, but the Marine left over does stall that out. Little moves like that, so important. 2-2 on the way for TY. Just +2 for Zoun. Second Robo coming up now. Yeah, he, you know, with the 4 Phoenixes, yeah, I think that's obviously not like an overbuild of Phoenixes. Sometimes you see people, you know, that... I feel like the old school mass Phoenix stuff is just not that great against Terran anymore.
I get it, and I think it was in a period of time where there was a lot more just major mechanical errors with even the best players, where occasionally you would be able to just catch and kill medevacs, and you know, well, there's
people understand it's about critical mass nowadays,
right?
Where it's like, well, I mean, how much money did you put into Phoenixes? If Terran has 100 supply, the Phoenixes aren't going to do anything in the battle. You know, the best they're going to do is suck up hits from Vikings or something.
So the push is finally coming out now for Protoss. Is there a soft spot at the 3rd he can really push into? This seems like it's a tough angle. I like actually the way the bunkers are spaced, or not bunkers, depots are spaced here.
Yeah.
They're sort of to draw Phoenix Fire, or Colossus Fire.
Yeah, Colossus Fire and charge lots are going to have a hard time going through there too.
So it looks like it's haphazardly placed, but really it's going to have the AI draw some fire there.
It bottlenecks charge coming in. And your bio actually will micro back through that very cleanly.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful building placement.
And
You're
so
definitely right.
I don't think that Protoss can engage, and I think that's why we're seeing Zoun pull away now.
Yeah, but he's getting into this double robo, going into the disruptors.
And it does.
It's not exactly patient style. You know, double robo's been around since forever, pretty much. But I do like it. You know, it has a hint of that at least.
It's now TY who's decided to see if he can't poke into the 4th base here at 6 o'clock. There is a Warp Prism that might have some counterplay here.
Is this Disruptor?
Here we go.
Oh, wow. The bio really trying to reach pretty darn far there.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty ambitious move there from TY.
Yeah.
Something's happening at 12. We don't see it, but there's something going down.
Yeah.
Just a Zealot.
Calm down, Taste. This is just a Zealot.
Something's happening at 12.
Ooh, decent hit there. Some good EMPs go down. Oh man, the Vikings
does seem
doing
like
some work.
does seem like both the Vikings and the siege tanks get to kind of draw, almost tractor beam in some of the army to then deal with lots of splash.
Look at this. This engagement from TY is so amazing. It looks like Zoun is going to be able to clear a bunch of these siege tanks and everything. Oh, no! It was going so well until that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, that one disruptor hit.
It's funny because I thought for a second he was going to shoot down all three, but he doesn't. He takes out that. And
it's like a nuke going down in Manhattan, man. Like, that was crazy.
Pretty insane damage there. But I will point out, TY is still ahead in supply and has, as far as army sophistication goes, it might still be better than what TY or what Zoun has here. But again, these disruptor hits, you get 1 or 2 or even 3 off, and it completely changes the entire landscape of the game.
Yeah. Well, he was doing so well there, right? Like, he lost a lot of technical units, sure, but he killed a lot of technical units, and he was kiting beautifully with his Bioforce on the right of that Nexus. And it almost felt like he was starting to hit a little bit of a break point around there, and then the disruptor shot happened. And here we are having this conversation.
All right, more pushing back here. Now, Zoun's growing and growing and growing here. Always staying a little bit ahead, but a lot of times PVTs kind of look like that. I think TY might be able to come out here and destroy these, maybe even both 6 o'clock bases. We'll see. Oh, he'll hold up. Hold up.
Oh, well, I don't know where. Oh, there's another unit coming in. Oh, he's actually flanking with disruptors that don't have charge there. He's got to be careful about that.
Good defense so far, but now the Marauders are going to come through here and try to destroy this area. I don't see the disruptors over here to help. You can outmaneuver disruptors. You can get far away enough from them that they're not part of the fight anymore, and now we have them finally coming up here.
Well, he's having a hard time. He barely has other units here.
It's funny, I was talking about how Zoun doesn't do this style, but now he's doing it in this game where there's tons of disruptors in a group. Maybe this is more PvT technique than it is PvZ.
Sometimes it feels like you can never have too many disruptors in this matchup.
Damn, TY is so good at these dodges.
Yeah, he's really dictating the pace of this right now. Oh, the DT came in and killed the tank. Nice. And actually starting to spread out DTs. This is some nice counterplay from him. He's been taking a lot of bruises at home, but to spread out some damage against TY now. Maybe he's going to get TY off his back for a moment so he can kind of regroup himself.
Yeah, this is probably going to give Zoun a little bit more time to recuperate.
Yeah, and I think that was an all right move, right? 2 or 3 DTs for 8 SCVs, but it's not just the 8 SCVs. It takes a lot of attention from TY, and TY withdrew all of his units, basically, right? There's like 1 mine over here, and that's it. TY getting into 3-3 now, starting to move across the map. DT going to spot that. Multiple DTs going to spot that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Gotta
5
be
DTs.
careful because, like, you know, if the DTs don't get spotted in time and they do the damage, great. But if you lose 5 DTs for a scan,
those weren't DTs; those were D-frees.
Whoa. This is a game where I think Zoun is hanging on. TY, I think, looks a little bit better.
He definitely looks a little bit better, but the game is not decided yet.
And another great connection there.
Good pickup, though, from TY. Look, Zoun is actually getting into like plasma shield upgrades, continuing forward on his forges. He's making a bunch of Colossi. The Colossi are going to add steady damage to his army, which is something Disruptors lack. That's going to really help him to fight moving forward.
Okay, DTs and I think Zealots are warping in over here. Yeah. This is right before Blink is done.
DT Blink. I mean, I know they shortened it, but it still feels like it's been going on forever. I've watched so many DTs die before Blink was ready to save them. Ha!
So right now, the same number of bases here. Doesn't seem like either side can crack the other.
Yeah, not yet. But Zoun is getting up to an army that's very, very scary. But TY has like 3 factories and lots of siege tanks now.
Now, he's gotten so many DTs here, but if these DTs don't do damage, this seems like a really bad investment.
I think you have to not force it with the DTs, you know? Wait for TY to do something and then hit with them. Then you can blink on the planetary, but if he has any bio nearby, you're just going to lose them all. Like, DTs don't actually win heads-on fights.
No.
Only
they're
if,
actually
like, you
terrible
hit
if
them
they're
and
actually
they don't
fighting
see them.
stuff.
Yeah,
if they're killing you and you... Now, maybe he can actually, like, blink on here and have so much burst damage.
Yeah, well, that's generally what you're looking for, but you got to wait until an actual battle occurs.
Okay.
Yeah, there he goes. See, blinks over immediately, and look at that.
Oh, great play.
Damn,
I love the ideas being used here.
Yeah, couple swipes right there. Now gets the tanks as well, killing off SCVs. Just the second that TY is looking at another place, he jumps on it. Beautiful move.
It's so funny because, this is a war game, but it's also a computer game. So it's like, okay, his screen's not here.
Yeah, yeah.
We come in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's almost a lot like war as well, right? You can't watch everything.
Yeah. So he pops in there, kills it, pops back out. And that's a huge interruption. And now I think we're going to see maybe the next phase of Zhao's attack here.
Yeah, his army is very fierce. We have carriers on the way, and Thors are being produced. Okay, so TY with his back up against the wall now decides, you know what? They were right. Let's go Thors. That's the answer.
Oh my God, it's great play here with these Stalkers. Shoots down immediately so many of these medevacs. Zhaon really just ready for everything this game, but again, TY is fine having an uphill fight here.
I wonder what the range on Disable is. I almost feel like we never see late game Ravens against Protoss, and I think it's probably because of feedback. I just wonder if, like, it would be worth it to throw a Raven in here. The Armor Shred or Disable would both be very useful in some of these fights.
I don't think it's a bad idea, Artos. His first nuke is coming out. This is going to really tax Zhao's multitasking.
My.
Okay, so he sees it coming, does not pull the probes. Maybe he does not see this coming, actually.
Well, he turned the carriers around just in time. Okay, looks like TY just going to hop upon that base. There was a little counterattack going on. Yeah, the carrier's going to help to clean this, but Zoun is losing a base during all of this.
Yeah, Zhaon, that base is gone. And I think TY still has some more options here for where he wants to go and what damage he wants to deal. Another scan here. He does see the DTs, nice EMP.
It looks so weird when they get EMP'd and are no longer invisible.
Yeah, they're just actually running around. It's like a naked DT. You're like, oh my God, you have a cape? That's what you look like?
Yeah.
How embarrassing.
Yeah.
I thought I was invisible. I thought nobody could see me.
Yeah.
Okay, again, disruptor shots just really doing damage here.
Oh, look at this.
He's ready for everything.
Yeah, he's not going to go down so easily this time. All right, blinks out of there. Good save from TY. Dude, the DTs do so much.
It's very cool, but it does seem like a decent amount of the supply goes to make the Protoss main army sometimes weaker.
Yeah. Well, if you keep building it over time with really technical units, I guess that can work, right? Like, he's got a lot of Colossus, Disruptors. Now he's adding carriers in. It kind of looks like his late-game PVC army, which totally didn't work right.
Oh, I thought those ghosts were DTs for a second. I got confused. All right,
that's a juicy one.
Nukes don't normally get this much value. Normally they're like something else you want to put in the game to make it chaotic, but at Code S level it doesn't seem to help that much.
Normally they just kill a few creep tumors, right?
Yeah, usually. I think TY might be close to ending this game.
Well,
there is just enough damage. Right now, Zhaon is on just his 2 6 o'clock bases.
Yes, this is true, but at the same time, the amount of carriers in the game, I think Zoun is going to kill him with carriers. I don't think TY can stop this. Between the Disruptors, the Colossi, and the carriers, TY doesn't have 1,000 Vikings, and that is what I think he needs right now. Like, look at this. What do we have? Do we have 6 carriers, I want to say?
I think he might be right. I think it might even be 7, actually.
Damn. That's a lot of carriers.
It's funny. This is the most macro-oriented game, but it's been hard for these guys to keep any bases,
Yeah,
They're going around the map, punching each other's bases out pretty badly.
It's kind of interesting like that. Yeah, and don't forget, actually, Disruptors do so well against Thors.
Yeah, Thors are a lot like the Ravagers, except they're even worse in that they can't. They actually just can't get away from the Disruptor shot.
Luckily, they can eat hits, but look at this. Charge on top of those siege tanks.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, man, and these carriers
I think you're right. I think Zhaon's actually just going to win.
Yeah.
Look at this.
TY does not have the army to kill the carriers.
Yeah, and I think actually momentum now is on Zhaon's side. I really thought TY was going to take this, but you're right. With that many carriers, and then you have the Disruptors underneath them, How do you engage that?
Yeah, well, the bio would normally be one way, but with all this splash damage, the bio can't do it. And I mean, Thors just get wrecked by disruptors,
this is just
like you
his death
said.
force moving up here. Look, how will the infantry even fight this? He just starts to chuck out disruptor shots. Says, "Come at me, man. Come here." And right now, there's only 2 bases remaining here. Zoun has regrown. He's redeveloped to the bottom right. Looks like
this is a cool game. This is a
great game.
Cool game.
Actually, all of our games today have been so good.
Yeah, today is already better than the whole round of 24.
Actually, you're right. That's true.
Round 24 wasn't bad or anything. It's just this is way better.
And we know we get a better finals in the last season, so that was in the rules.
That's true. That's true.
Now, Zhao's being pretty cautious here. TY's known for having great counterattacks, so he's roaming pretty carefully here.
Oh, looks like there might have been a disruptor flank, but didn't end up happening. Now, the Thor's trying to target these down as quickly as they can. We don't see the disruptors. There we go. Gets some good disruptor hits now, so that saves the carriers, but a few of them have died, actually. He's going to get another one.
There's only 2 carriers left in this group.
Yeah.
But has the damage already been done? Yes, it has. Zoun ties it up 1-1. Wow.
Dude.
Damn, Zoun.
What's that Zoun I hear?
Yeah.
Is it victory?
I feel very Zoun. How is that one?
Yeah,
right? You can't.
We got to make a new language where all the words are replaced with Zoun.
Yeah.
What's your name? My name is Zoun. Zoun.
Yeah, my name is Zounless, and you're Zountosis. Pillars of Gold. Guys, we have a real upset in the making here. And that was a game that was like long and back and forth and all about very difficult decisions, and Zoun was doing it with units that are not commonly seen, and TY was doing pretty good. But it looks like TY might have met his match. Pillars of Gold, again, our map for Game 3. Let's see who gets into the round of 8 first. TY or Zoun? The standard or a crazy upset?
Africa Prince, TY, 전태. Alpha X, Zoun, Akatsu.
Dude, this has been such a cool series.
But did you notice that Zoun spelled backwards is nose? Sounds like nose. He can sniff out the new meta. Oh my God, I see patterns where they don't exist.
They do exist,
They
though.
do exist, excuse me.
Everything's meant to be exactly how it is, Tasteless.
So this game, TY throws an eBay down here to block off the Nexus production.
Well, it worked for Beyond, may as well. Zoun unhappy about this. Sends a second probe.
You can also take the letters in Zoun and spell Ounge. Ounge, which is kind of like what he does to his opponents when he wins.
And also, ounce is like a unit of measurement.
Yeah.
For liquids.
Whoa, cool. Well, let's see how many ouges it takes to make a pound this game, Artosis.
You know, I know it's Zoun's second Code S, technically.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to pretend it's his first so we can talk about Royal Roading and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Because only Protoss players really Royal Road.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
Oh, he killed
lost
it?
the eBay?
TY.
TY. You know what? Now you can't even cast the tournament.
Okay. I'm curious what it canceled that eBay.
That is true. Curious is casting right now. Are you used to having Curious as the caster when TY plays?
Yeah.
I always get a little bit caught off guard when I come in here. I'm like, oh, Curious. And I'm like, oh, right. You're casting.
Yeah. I almost, at this point, I mean, TY made the finals and then the round of 4 the next season. I almost feel Curious is here more than TY.
You make a good point. We still need to get the setup here where TY gets to cast his own games as he plays them in the tournament.
I wonder what that would sound like.
Probably terrible, but I think we have
Just
to do
heavy
it.
breathing.
Yeah. Cursing.
Yeah.
This guy's
Plenty
so,
of that.
Yeah, this guy's so bad. I'm going to do this. No, he doesn't make any sense. He's trash.
Well, he's a Terran player. I know that that's the way Terran players talk.
Yeah. So we have a Stargate here. Now let's remember, we've had 2 Stargate games from Zoun here. In the first one, it was Void Rays. In the second, it was Phoenixes. Zoun managed to survive pretty well all the things that TY tried to do in Game 2 and basically out-teched TY. He had some good Blink TT play where he would just assassinate the command center, like get a quick insta-kill on it. But Game 1 was a utter failure of Void Ray tech into not doing anything. So this time he's going to, again, lean into the Phoenix tech.
Yeah.
I think Zoun sees not just the tech he used to win that game, but the way the game went was one of him just sort of making better decisions than TY and navigating that to a win. Pretty exciting. He's going to do it again here.
Just unpower the gate? That's
I know
cool.
your pylons power your buildings, Protoss. Wow.
Cancels that. All right, gonna get the mine. I mean, that's
a tit for tat.
It's very annoying, but not end of the world for Zoun.
No, but again, we want to see, with the damage that's then done, how much more can still be.
Some very cute micro on both sides.
Oh! Ooh! These guys are both so good, Artosis.
Yeah.
These fights are beautiful.
One of them's better. Which one? Well, TY, but like Zoun is really good.
Yeah, Zoun still looks really, really good. Like when he broke off the Phoenixes, just let the one try to go through just in case it might survive. I was impressed.
It's good stuff.
But actually, those are more important units that you don't want to lose is those Phoenixes. That's some of your only defense from further dropping.
Yeah. When you go Phoenixes, it always signals that your blink is going to be very, very late that game, so you got to keep them alive. Otherwise, you can't catch anything. Terran's just going to be quicker than you. Robo on the way.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, this is TY saying,
oh God, yeah.
I
mean,
smell blood in the water.
Well, he's on one base.
Great white TY comes through here. Yeah, this is
the sign of a champion. Your life's on the line. Go all in.
Oh, I think he was looking if the pylon was there to just get that again.
Oh, God. How do you end up holding this with 3 Phoenixes?
I don't think you do.
No.
And I think the battery is not going to help that much, but let's see.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got that overcharge. It's very nice. Oh, good targeting right there. Oh, my gosh, it's so tough.
Now, if TY doesn't make this work, Zoun might be able to survive and actually win this game, but right now this attack has to be stopped. One of the gateways very close to being killed off.
Man, the repair on these SCVs is so good. The battery has done a huge amount of heavy lifting here, but not enough, I think.
Now the Nexus is under real threat here. The army is getting thinned out here for Zoun. Probes are pulled. Stalkers coming in behind. Pickups on the tanks over here. Still 2 tanks in siege mode. And Immortal is out.
Yeah, the Immortal. I mean, that's the ultimate unit holding a push. He needs his shield battery up, though. He has some very low health units right there.
Yeah,
he needs those shields back.
He needs to replenish the shields on these, and he's doing that. Okay, great
He
play
needs to
so
go.
far.
He needs to go. He does not want to lose this Nexus.
All right, Nexus at half health.
Last
Vikings
second.
have landed. Here we go.
All right, targeting down as best he can.
Nexus
Beautiful
goes
lock
down.
on.
Pickups on 2 of the tanks. Cyclone hitting the Phoenix. Tank goes back down. Immortal is fighting. Immortal still in the game. Immortal goes down. Just 2 tanks to 3 Stalkers. And I think TY has done it. Oh, hold on. A second Immortal. A second Immortal.
Second Immortal comes out. Now, what can he get done here? Beautiful lock on. Just trying to push forward with it. It's not going to be enough, though, I think, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he kills. There's only a tank and 3 Marines. Don't forget, TY doesn't have a second command center.
That's
so
true.
There's like a possibility this turns real weird.
This is 18 workers to 23 workers with TY in the deficit.
Yeah.
It's hard for TY to get the other important tech units over here. He actually might pull out. Yeah, he will. He says,
Good choice.
I think this is exactly the correct move. I think the other Immortal comes out, it punches out your tank on the low ground.
Yeah.
And then it's like, what do you have, Marines?
Yeah, no, the Marines won't do anything. Like 1 Stalker is
So
basically
both sides lost critical tech units in that game.
Mm-hmm.
The Phoenixes were taking out Vikings. That was an all-in that was held.
Yeah.
But workers were traded by Zoun, so they're sort of in a similar spot.
It looks like Zoun with that proxy pylon might just be thinking about doing some sort of big counter.
I think he's trying to just make some threats available here.
Well, look, he's actually making a Void Ray, which I think is brilliant, right? Like, these types of really weird low econ, low production situations, that's like perfect for a Void Ray.
I think you're completely right. I mean, normally the Void Ray sucks because there's tons of Marines in the game by now, but they don't have bases. So it's like every unit that's made right now is not expendable.
Yeah.
Every single unit is a factor here.
I mean, if you can pick off a siege tank with it, that's gigantic.
The problem is there are still a lot of Marines out here. There is a Widow Mine. Tanks are no longer as much of a threat, assuming an Immortal can get in range of them, which all Terrans know they have to prevent that. TY is now taking a base. This is becoming a very, very complicated PvT for Hartley being in this game for any time here.
Yeah, if Zoun doesn't make a Nexus like right now,
Zoun,
then he has to go attack.
Well,
okay,
also,
there it is. There it is.
There's also the availability of Terran mining out. Oh, he's actually making another CC. I was going to say Terran might mine out his main and then just float
lift
that over.
Yeah, he'll probably float to the third, I guess.
Yeah, but he's already making a third CC, so.
Oh, no, that's just the natural CC.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so he probably will do what I was saying.
Yeah.
For some reason, I decided that CC was done. Okay.
Oh, no, Taste. It's not this game.
Sorry,
We're only 9 minutes and 30 seconds in.
So Ravens are coming here as well. That's another very important unit in the tactics of a low econ game.
Stim on the way now. Stim is going to be a backbreaker against Zoun. So he does not have any sort of splash damage as of yet, and as I say that, he throws down the support bay. Very interesting stuff. Void Ray coming in. Can he get anything done with this UI?
No, I actually think this is not as good as we thought it was.
Oh, but maybe it's even better. Or it just flies away,
No, I
too.
think it's not, man.
No, it's great. Look at that. See? He poked some stuff, and now it flies away. And those Marines wasted bullets.
I like these 4 SCVs up here.
Yeah, no, those are good.
That's the MVP.
Just in case he loses all of his other SCVs, he still has 4.
Exactly.
You know?
They're on strike right now. Oh! Yeah, I don't know why he's doing this with the Void Ray right now. Like, I think it's pretty self-evident you're not going to get anything done with this. And I actually don't think the Void Ray is going to have a great role later on here either. I think actually he sort of made that because he needed something that could shoot the ground. And I get it. I totally do. But I think
he chased away a Liberator with it too. So that's
that's great.
I think it was a smart make for sure. I'm proud of him for making it. He was very brave. Although he made it in fear.
Now he's making disruptors.
That is key.
That's going to be the unit that if he can turn the tides of a fight, it's going to be with that unit.
If he gets one good disruptor hit, that's the type of thing that'll turn this game right over. Oh. Nice disruptor. One. Only one. Nice pull.
Now that Liberator is setting up for the push to go unattended by the Protoss.
Does he have enough right now?
I kind of feel like TY, unless there's a disruptor hit that is just one of the greatest ones in StarCraft 2.
Not that one then?
Not that one, nope. Okay, that's a start. It's a start.
Okay, he has a couple force fields.
What? Whoa. Move command.
Yeah. Okay, uses that actually a little bit early. No, I think Zoun will hold on here. 2 disruptors is really good. Look at that. Yeah, the overcharge. So important right there, keeping that disruptor alive.
Yeah, that was really good. Gives it a lot more sustain in the fight.
Yeah, having a hard time actually connecting these disruptor hits, though. Might be worth diving on tanks. Yeah, there
okay, that
only hits 1.
Yeah, I thought it was actually going to get the second one. It did not.
Yeah,
and now he's got to wait for that thing to reload.
So painful. Losing this Nexus again is not doable. He gets a couple units there.
TY just needs to kill this Nexus.
He needs to go right now. He cannot wait anymore. Oh, it's gone.
And I think so are his chances of winning this game. They're going to try to fight back here again. He just picks up.
Oh, he just...
Feet off the ground when the disruptor is shot is fired.
Feet off the ground. The ground is lava.
And the army's still here. The Nexus is not. All right, not bad. All right, this Immortal goes down. I think we have a win here for TY. But I will tell you something. This is exciting to see how good Zoun is.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's not out of the group yet.
No, not at all.
Oh, look at that hit.
GG. TY takes it.
Wow.
2-1. And we can be excited. Our GSL champion moves on into the round of 8. The first player to do it. But also that Zoun has a real shot of doing the same thing.
Yeah. Wow. Well deserved from TY. He really played fantastically tonight. I think a lot of people are going to be not even thinking about how greatly TY played because Zoun is making so many waves here.
Yeah, in a way, this is my takeaway here. I mean, it's cool that TY advances. He's so good. But Zoun, like, this guy is playing like he was always one of the best.
Yeah.
And again, in very tough situations, like TY does that damage and then all ins, and Zoun is just barely hanging on. We have an interview with TY. He is the first player to advance. He is the Season 1 2020 GSL Codes champion. Maybe he'll be the Season 3 champion as well.
And the first winner of the round of 16 is TY as he makes his 4th consecutive round of 8. Congratulations. Thank you. The third set was a really neck and neck one. So how do you feel after winning that third set? Well, in the third game I thought the opponent would go for the proxy gate and I couldn't cancel my command center, and then I knew that I was starting on the wrong foot, and then I thought that I needed to end the game quick. And I never anticipated myself to win. And TY, you know, I thought we thought you were a player who doesn't make any mistakes, but you did show some humane side of yours. I mean, like when my games are on point, I don't make many mistakes, but the games didn't flow as I had anticipated, and I was kind of like startled about how the opponent plays. It was really hard for you to cope with the Dark Templars and Disruptors. So what went through your mind in the Eternal Empire? No, I did scrim with stats. And apart from stats, I thought I would be able to beat any other Protoss players in late game, but playing with Zoun today definitely changed my mind. And I think in the TVP I'm gonna have to refrain from going for the late game. So did you request stats for the scrims? I mean, I regard stats to be the best at the TVP, so I did practice with him a lot. And my record against stats wasn't really good. But in the TVT, you showed phenomenal skills and you acquired the 2-0 victory. So let's go over the second game. And your SCVs, most of them got caught by the Hellion drops. So what went through your mind back then? Well, if it was a Bionic he was going for, there wouldn't have been a variable, but he did go for the mechanic, and the only variable he can create is the Widowmine drops. And I think I was able to beat him because he went really offensively. But despite that, you did carry, you did win the game with your phenomenal macro. And you know, Dream in his interview mentioned that you are 4th best Terran in Korea. So what do you think about that? Well, looking at the offline records, I think I deserve first place because I'm the best in terms of records. But in the ladder matches, I don't think so much. But as for the offline matches, like the GSL stage games, I think I deserve the top 3 spot. And you did win the Season 1 championship. So in Group B, it's pretty stacked. There's Cure, there's Solar, there's Zest, and DRG. Who are you looking out for the most? You know, I do want to avoid playing against Protoss. I mean, I think it's doable against Zest. But with my current skills, I think it's going to be really hard to beat Protoss in a best of games. So before you go, anything you want to say? This season, I'm really greedy for the championship. So I do want to achieve something great in Season 3 and try to end the year well. And once again, congratulations on your advancement. Thank you.
What a cool result. I mean, we knew that TY was probably going to advance, but the fact that Zoun looks this good makes the rest of this group really exciting.
Yeah, it's hard to say who's going to come out in second place. I think a lot of people are going to be leaning towards Zoun, but Armani and Dream are not pushovers against Protoss.
All the games have been very close today, and even though this was a group that I think a lot of people were saying they're not as excited about this group compared to the other ones, there's a lot to be excited about. TY, the Season 1 champion, had to fight pretty damn hard to get through the two players in this group, and Armani looked like a real threat when he played against Zoun.
Yeah.
So we got a short break. We come back. We'll be eliminating our first player in the round of 16.
Think about it, 'cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, but you gotta tell me. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's stuck in me. I like but how you taste. Give me the signs, I'll take the step for you. You know, I like you, baby, you know. I want you to take the control. All night, alright, baby. Stop looking at your past and we will never be the same again. The truth is never easy, you know. Sometimes you need to be your hero. Free yourself from what is gone. Free your mind and seize the moment. Not everything is going to come back. Seize the moment, seize the moment. Chase your fantasies, be unstoppable. Save yourself from me. Your hero knows your entity. Why do we think
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.4끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 16, T1, Dream, Armani, Zoun. Africa TV, Prego Studio Live, 2020 GSL Season 3, Code is Last Stand.
Calling, can you stop calling? I'm not used to hearing the sound of silence. Your lips have been silent.
So TY advances, but I think that is the most expected result out of all the possible results in the round of 16, right? We kind of knew that was going to happen. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because these are three dreamers in this group. I know one is named Dream. I'm not trying to make a pun here. These are three guys that have shown so much potential. They're not the players that we've had anywhere near as much of in the past, right? They're all looking strong. Right now, these two players are fighting to not get eliminated. Pillars of Gold is going to be the first map. Armani and Dream. I think maybe Dream, but I'm not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I lean towards Dream, but this is the matchup I'm least confident in him in.
Okay, yeah. Well, the game is ready. Let's now eliminate the first player in the round of 16 in the final season of the GSL for 2020.
한방의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우린 더욱 강하다. 아프리카 프린스, 아르마니, 박진. 브레이브스타 게임, 드림, 조종.
So you can see these guys have a history. It's not, you can't take a lot from this, okay? 0-2. Yeah. It's not as exciting as our 0-0 with TY and Zoun. I know, I know. I know you guys were just cheering when that graphic came up, but I think Armani can do this. I think Zoun kind of looks stronger, at least to me, but I think Armani has improved so much. And Armani played a really obtuse game earlier here. I mean, Zoun was really making him work for it.
Yeah,
you know, that was like
him into a corner,
crazy cannon rushes, and yeah, I mean, it was.
Yeah. And
so,
you know what? He had two Terrans in this group. He knew he'd play Terrans multiple times, probably.
Right.
Because he probably didn't expect getting last, probably didn't expect getting first. So when you put that together with the fact that he lives with Special, his his ZVT should be very well prepared.
That's a good point. I forgot. Yeah.
And Special knows Special. TY inside out and actually has a somewhat similar style, not exactly the same, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to be well prepped for this matchup.
So, the thing about Dream is going to be, yeah, that's a good point actually. All prep would point to being good again in a ZVT.
Yeah.
And I think Dream is good. I don't think he's the fanciest Terran though.
He gets a little bit technical in this matchup where he does things like Hellbat BC or something like that, right? Like he'll mix it up. I don't feel like he is unbeatable in this match by any means.
Okay. Again, the Reaper's still swooping in here. Armani is a very, very strong player that, and we mentioned this earlier, but the show's we've actually been live for a long time. This is one of our longer days, so I'm going to repeat this. This is a guy who struggled as a pro gamer. You know, I think a lot of times people don't know how to think about esports and different players. I want to posit this theory. It's a lot like Broadway. There's a lot of people trying to make it, and this is not just StarCraft 2. This is just true for, I think, pretty much all esports. There are people that do very, very well. They make a lot of money. I know pros where money is not an issue. Not for, if they could stop doing what they're doing now for a long time, they'd be fine. And then there's this, you go down a layer or two, and this is where the Broadway thing comes in, because there's plenty of Broadway actors that are killing it. I guess nobody's killing it now with coronavirus, but imagine that we were not in the pandemic. Armani's one of those guys that's getting by. You know, he's a hard-working player, and tournaments like this are everything.
Yeah. He was thinking of retiring, he said in some of his interviews, you know? Because it is tough as one of the lower level pros, which is why you sometimes see people talk about flattening prize structures, how do you do things for the lower level pros.
Correct.
And then some people, oftentimes very foolishly, are just like, nah, it's fine. If they don't win, they don't win. And it's like, well, no, because the great pros stand upon the corpses of the medium pros, which stand upon the corpses of the low-level pros.
This is something I would like to eventually have another discussion about, too, because there's so much here, but people not understanding the economics of an esports scene.
Yeah.
You know, and being like, yeah, well, I mean, first place should take it all, or take, you know, and it's like, okay, but then how do we have enough people that are going to do this?
Look, every now and then a tournament like that can be fun, but it just doesn't make sense. Like, Armani almost retired. He's a really great player.
Right.
If you have all the Armani-level players retire, we have, like, 16 players left.
Yeah, well, then you end up with something small, like even 8 players, and then there's these guys that are the jobbers that show up and get completely dunked on.
It starts looking like old Warcraft 3 or old Quake 3, right?
This
where
was
it's like the same people every event.
And this was an issue in both Warcraft 3 and Quake 3, where if you followed Warcraft 3 as an example, you go there and go, it's those same guys.
Yeah.
It's just the same few people. And look, there's definitely repetition with players who are on top, but there's a lot more players overall in StarCraft 2. But yeah, so, you know, Armani, I feel for this guy's story. You know, I'm sure you can relate to us. For people that have grown up not really making much money playing StarCraft, you empathize with somebody who's got the passion and the hard work to do it.
I'm a king of not making much money playing StarCraft.
Yeah. You're actually the champion.
I'm the champion.
You're like the Flash of not money playing StarCraft, pretty much.
Unfortunately, it's like, it's the worst type of champion, the type that doesn't pay.
Yes, yes. It's a thankless journey. Let me tell you.
It truly is.
And so, yeah, I mean, you know, for all these players, though, Zoun and Dream as well, I mean, this tournament is a lot. Like, TY is so successful. This guy, Cass, is paid to cast and then is also like, I might just take the whole prize pool, too. You know,
rich get richer.
Yeah. And so these players all come from different walks of life and different places in their careers. And so I want to put that forward here. It's exciting for these new players, but it's hard. And I know he's not new, but he's newer and he's finally getting results he didn't have before.
Well, he's still up and coming.
Right.
And he's been pretty steadily up and coming, you know, for 8, 9 seasons, whatever we're on now.
And now we're here in the round of 16. He's debuting. He's playing for his tournament life.
Yeah, and he's putting together a fine game here. He's got 2-2 on the way, a little bit ahead of Dream. Baneling Speed's about to finish. He hasn't really been attacked yet. His creep is looking decent. Here comes that first attack, headed towards Armani's 4th. And, of course, this is a really important part of the game when you go after that 4th base.
So we have the medevacs coming through here.
Oh, he's actually just going to go to the main?
Yeah, this is unusual. I don't see
this
anything
too
here to defend besides the queen that's always going to be there.
Well, a queen does not defend very well against 16 stim marines.
Yeah, it looks like the extractor is going to get exploded, and then... Wow, perfect control there by Dream. There's a counterattack, though, here from Armani. He's trying to see if he can't even this out a little bit. I think the depot wall was a good call there.
Yeah, slow it down a little bit.
And there's options to try to hit the fourth here if he wants. There is an Overlord there to spot, which the medevac can see. But I would say so far Armani's defense is fine. Dream's defense is fine. We're having these skirmishes. Not a lot of impactful results so far, but now comes the push. And the Zerg did not actually tear down the wall there. That's pretty important because now he can put tanks behind here. This might actually, depending on how the fights go, cost Armani the game or at least an expansion.
Yeah, that's very scary.
This is geographically like the worst thing that can happen to a Zerg.
Well, it looks like he's going to counterattack, which means he's just going to give this base up.
Yeah, well, he might have to just sack this. I think the position is one where if he keeps trying to fight for it, he loses it.
Muta's going to try to... No way.
God.
Not even close.
A little bit of miss micro there by Dream, but now these Mutas can get sandwiched. Armani does get in here and does kill the SCVs, but back at home, the push is going to continue on. Now I think Terran might be able to get the fourth and possibly start to push into the third. Meanwhile, Armani is expanding into the bottom right to make up for the lost base he just that was just destroyed.
Well, he's about to have 2-2, so that's definitely something for him here, but losing that fourth base is always very painful. His counterattack definitely was reasonable, and it looks like Dream going to pull back right now. But that, of course, means there's enough units at home that there's no real chance of Armani getting more damage done right now.
Okay, so now what are we going to have here exactly from Dream? It seems like Dream has a lot of momentum, right? We got to see how every Baneling connects. It's very important here. Terran is, I think, probably looking to come in here and get the second rocking blow. You know, already Armani's been rocked once. Now we got to see, is it the next attack in here? Can he take out what looks like it's the third base now, or even this base in the bottom right? Both, I think, are pretty viable. It does look like counterattack options are, like, kind of not really there for Armani right now. Those Lings are cleaned up. We have some more units going all the way around, but you got to be careful, too, with Zerg, especially after you lost your first base, because if you're counterattacking with too much stuff, then you still lose your expansion.
Yeah.
And it just becomes this game where your head's underwater until you're out. And that's a Zerg that just can't get a fourth base and keep it.
Okay, it looks like he's trying to do a little Ling counterattack, but there's way too many units there. Big attack coming in from Dream once again. Not a lot of creep here for his defensive purposes, unfortunately. Good spreading from Dream.
Okay, so now the Banes are going to come forward here. We got a lot of splitting here. These Banes are connecting very well, though, but it looks like Terran has enough. And this could be the breaking point for this base down here. And again, Armani cannot afford to keep losing these bases.
No, this is not looking very good for him right now. He tried to engage with the Mutas there for a minute, but just took a bunch of damage, lost some Mutas, and then flew out. The hatchery goes down, and Armani sitting here. I mean, he's retaking that other fourth base, but how long is he going to hold it for?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Right now, Dream is looking like your classic solid Terran.
Yeah.
He's pushing, he's crushing, he's basically getting huge victories in the game. And then his defense is good enough that he's not really suffering any losses. Now, finally, that wall that needed to be torn down so that we would not have even been in this situation before, Armani kills it, but it may be too late. Right now, we need Armani to fight back and win bigly, where there's no way for Terran to actually keep the pressure on. And I don't know if that's possible, even with perfect control.
Well, right now, Dream clearing creep on the sides, just kind of poking at the sides, not doing any full frontal attacks right now, and I think that's a good idea. I think slowing it down right now while he waits for 3-3 is very, very strong, right? Like, if he's going to be up 2 upgrades and maxed out for the next push, how does Armani ever hold that?
Yeah, a nice pickup over here, too. But again, I feel like Dream's handling this really, really well. Armani's having little victories here or there. Oh my God, even hitting the Mutas. That could be bad, man, because the pushes are going to come and the Mutas need enough health to actually hang on and hold a fight. Now, this might be the moment where Armani can actually get his own.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a decent move.
Yeah, this is
but
actually not
Armani
enough.
does not have enough for the next push. 3-3 is finishing.
Yeah, and the supplies, I think, also tell the real story here is that Terran has more. Terran is almost the Zerg right now.
It honestly feels like an attack move might win this game, or just very minimal splitting, right?
Yeah.
Banelings would need the ultimate connection to hold on against this army.
Yeah, if this were TY or Innovation or Maru playing, I would say it's physically impossible to win. Dream's had moments where he doesn't split as well, but, you know, it's starting to look like the walls are really closing in here.
Yeah, it would have to be some pretty poor splitting. Here comes some Banes. Just not really getting any connections. Nice micro here from Dream.
GG. Okay, Dream looking very scary.
Yeah.
You know, we saw Dream hang on against TY, and then you put Dream against Armani, and Dream is just, everything went really well. Now, I do want to point out that moment Armani was trying to open up those rocks, he didn't do it in time. That's a really good position for those tanks.
Oh, that
anything where you have like a minimal amount of ground between, like, how do I say this? Okay, hold on a second. There's the third base or the fourth base, and then there's the tanks, and then there's something that cuts it off, but the tanks can fire over it, and everything else is going to complement it. It's a nightmare.
It reminds me, actually, now that I've seen that push right there, it reminds me of some of the Catalyst games we saw where Maru just abused.
Yeah.
Like when he upset Leenock in that round of 32 match.
Yeah, it's one of these games. Well, I like that. It's one of those games where, like, that wall is there for Zerg to tear down. We're going to go to Death Aura for Game 2 and see if Armani can come back or if he's out of the GSL. Our game's loaded up, guys. Let's go.
GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프린스 아르마니 박진영. 브레이브스타 게임 드림 조종혁.
Dream, back from the military recently, had a great season last time, right? He made it right into the round of 8. He was looking very, very strong, and then of course he hit Rogue, who was the eventual champion, and got completely smashed. Here he's playing against Armani. I mean, he looked very, very good against Armani in Game 1, and it definitely, I mean, Armani has to step up. I guess what I'm trying to get to is that this is Armani's first round of 16.
Yeah,
and he shouldn't expect too much, I think.
We don't. I mean, the reason why Royal Roaders and players like that are so exciting is because it's almost like fan fiction.
It's so unbelievably
It's like
rare.
bad Hollywood writing where I'm like, yeah, okay, but come on. I mean, that's not even how this actually works, right? The game's too hard. So, yeah, I mean, the round of 16, you've already gone through the first half of all the players in GSL Code S.
Yeah.
And that means you're in the second level of monster players, where everybody's godlike, everybody's so good. And there's a few players that are clearly going to go to the round of 8 no matter what, like TY.
Yeah, TY and Dark and
like
Maru.
you had to sit in the gorilla cage with TY. Okay, sorry about that, but maybe maybe
the gorilla cage with TY.
You know.
And then you and the gorilla attack him at once, and he kills both of you. It's like, oh no.
And so, like, it's hard. I mean, these players are better. These are the guys that didn't survive. They managed to beat 2 players in your previous groups. So Armani looks good, but, like, again, it seems like Dream was maybe 10% better on all fronts.
Yeah, at least.
That was a pretty straightforward mechanical game. I would say that not killing the wall in time was a decision mistake. Like, you know that they're going to push there.
Well, it was kind of interesting because he did the double drop into the main base, which drew a bunch of attention, and then he didn't have time to kill the wall anymore. So I think that was probably built in by Dream, to be honest.
When we were talking about it earlier, you were saying, why would he drop now? This is weird. Okay, and then it was held off.
Yeah, you don't normally see that because it doesn't. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you got like 2 drones, but you could have cleared creep tumors that lead to the 4th. But it was
exactly.
like, no. He had a whole nother plan there.
Yeah, and then we see it happening with the tank sieging up, and you go, oh, man. And look, Armani fought back and fought well. in that game. And that's sort of been the story of him all day today, is fighting back really well and then being killed.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, it was a pretty beautiful setup by Dream. Although I do feel like Armani's mostly just been reacting to stuff all day.
Well, he is the Zerg player, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that is what Zerg is usually.
Generally. I mean, some people have a style of their own and will do that, but Zerg is generally played in a reactive manner.
The best Zerg, whatever race has the passive role in the matchup, is the reactive race always. They're the ones that are like, okay, I'm trying to stop you from stopping me, because if you don't stop me, then I get to be the out-of-control player in the game.
Yeah.
These roles are probably more true in StarCraft 1, but Zerg and StarCraft 2, definitely that's the role. People are trying to push out and stop them somehow, some way, and Zerg's trying to do every trick in the book to slow them down.
Yeah.
And that was Dream coming in there with just a really great setup in that game.
Now, speaking of setups, it looks like BC Tech on the way. Like I was mentioning before, sometimes he does teched out builds. Well, he wants something
you're right.
building.
BC Tech, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's just in case for the Overlord peeking in, so you think that there's a Banshee on the way. But, I mean, with Roaches coming, you might actually just let this finish. Just make the Banshee, block the Roaches, and then make your BC. It's much better that way. But, yeah. This already looks very good for him. But I was going to mention, you know, he has cool builds like, for instance, BC Hellbat.
Right.
You know. Which personally, I don't really like any Hellbat build. I think it's a stupid unit, but
yeah, I'm actually not a fan of it.
Hellbat all-ins, I'm just like,
when I see the Hellbats, they morph into Hellbats away from the drones, and the guy's like, all right, and just moves the drones away. It's like,
exactly.
Did you not know I can do that? I know that trick.
Hellbats are slow.
Make my workers run away.
Yeah. Right, some nice micro here from Dream. Of course, the Banshee just putting constant damage on is making this extremely hard for Armani to really get any damage done. Ravager's gonna go home. I mean, you know, those Roaches, they don't really get much done. A couple SCVs, but they also keep the Hellions off your back a little bit, right? The Hellions can't be removing creep and maybe poking in, getting a drone or two or whatever. So it does something. It's not what he was looking for, though. Now, a couple factories being added, so this is going to be mech with BCs. It'll be interesting to see how Armani wants to fight against this, because sometimes people go lots of Corruptors, Roach Ravager type situations, and but there's multiple ways you can try to approach this. You know, some people still like Swarmhost Nidus against mech. Of course, the BCs are there, so you have to count that in. Okay, that was a good scout.
Yeah, that was actually great. He knows what he's in store for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Spire goes down.
I think there's a reason why Dream's going for BCs in this game.
I think because he's going mech. I think BCs pair pretty well with mech.
I guess let me rephrase that. Why not just do something similar to what you did in the last game? Is what I was trying to get at. Why? Because it seemed like his push was so strong.
Well,
I understand that BC's pair with mech. What I mean is, like, he looked like bigger, faster, stronger.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think also game one, it did have a lot to do with that sick push, right?
Yeah. Doesn't have
this
a setup
map doesn't
for it.
have a setup, where tanks are invincible. So maybe he's looking at this and saying, you know what? It's a pretty good map for mech. Your opponent's kind of far from you. You can throw down your 3-4 bases relatively easily. There's dead space in the back here for the BC. Like, why not?
Yeah, I guess it's a good point. The way the map is shaped, there's just so much you can do with this.
Spire going to be finishing up. Second BC coming across the map. Third BC on the way.
Okay, he does escape back home to repair. Very important to not lose the BCs with this.
Yeah, very important.
Almost never happens, but you're just getting... I mean, it's so much cheaper to repair a BC than have to make another one.
Okay, 9 Corruptors on the way. So that's enough to really push the BCs back quite a bit. Does have that +1 missile attacks. Could be finishing up Ridge speed as well. We haven't seen Armani really commit to exactly what it's... Okay, there we go. Infestation Pit on the way.
Okay, guns down, 1 Queen. Dream going to escort the battlecruiser just off creep.
Corruptors are out now, so they'll shake their little tails and get over here to fight this off.
Saves the Overlord.
Saves the BC.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, saves the BC, yeah. And this is quite a commitment into Corruptors here.
Oh, yeah, he's going up to 12? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've seen some kind of cool plays with the Corruptors where you push the BCs back and then you just start vomiting on buildings.
Yeah, it's... the only problem is the Corruptors don't fight ground, so you invested a lot into muting the BCs, but the Terran does have a ground army.
Yeah. Well, you know... Oh, a Nidus. Okay.
Now, that's funny, because there's a bunch of Corruptors made.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know...
Oh, you know what? His Overseer's randomly in the back and wasn't cleaned up. I bet you this was reactionary because of that.
I think you're correct.
Because you
I
pop
think
out
there's
on
two
top the
armories.
armor. Yeah.
He can actually,
Yeah.
as the armor upgrades start to come. You know, with mech, if you stop the armory upgrades, it's crazy.
It's nice. BC gonna teleport out of there. Oh, he actually is gonna go Swarm Host with this as well. I was wondering about that. Because a lot of times you just want to pair with that, but I'm like, you know what? You could actually pop out Ling Ravager, pick off the armories, and get out.
You could even get more than one Nidus Swarm, too, if you wanted to. Something like that.
Yeah.
You know?
I like double Nidus Swarm play. I've only seen, like, Cyril do it.
I feel like we saw it a couple times, and I thought, yeah, why would you not make two of those? It's not
that expensive.
It's not that expensive. Two is way better than one.
Yeah, you'd think Rogue
Two
would
is
have
like
done that
3
more.
times better than one.
Yeah, I think I saw Rogue do it once and Cyril do it once as far as tournament
Yeah.
play goes. That's about it. Well, they're the best two Zergs, right? So.
Yeah. But as a concept, I don't feel like it's that. It's not like, oh, Nidus Worms, 2 of them, how do you do that? It's like, well, you make 2 of them, dummy.
Dummy.
Okay, 9 drones killed there. That was definitely worthwhile. Now we have the Swarm Host coming in. Now, once you've shown the Swarm Host, Terran knows what he's in for, so he needs to know how to react to everything. And so you're taking out what you can. Now, this is great. Comes in here, takes out the BC. Another BC is taking damage. Is it going to be saved? It's not. Oh, pukey time.
Yeah, I can't fly away from the puke. All right, well, I mean, that was okay. The Locusts themselves didn't do that much, but
Yeah.
he picks off some BCs.
And so now the Nidus play is going to be to hit from different locations to abuse the immobility of the mech in whatever way that you can, to have the Nidus, the Swarm Host pay for themselves. Now we can't even have the CC land.
It's the least of his problems right now.
Right. And yeah, this is going to be a fight where Dream has to try to basically push out on all sides and win. Zerg is trying to control growth here, and I love this. Goes down on the tanks, takes those out. You just find what you can kill and go for it. Is it a turret? Is it a gas geyser? Whatever.
Yeah, he's being so efficient here.
Oh, man, and now the Corruptors are going to come through here. Takes out another BC, and I feel like Armani is suddenly, the stars are aligning here.
Yeah, he's slamming him here. Oh, there's a Nidus. His battle mech roaming a little bit.
Okay, you know, things are quieting down for a second here, but I do think the damage has been done in a lot of ways. I think Dream is hurting.
Yeah.
We got to see, can the Swarm Host be sniped and killed? Can the Nidus be shut down permanently? And can Terran try to get growth, especially there in that upper right area? I know we were mentioning earlier that's the last of his worries right now, but really it's sort of the whole point is for him to get out there and get another base and keep growing right now. Because right now it's just, oh my God. Even
Well, he's
Dream
not
getting cornered
expanding
here.
and he's not doing damage.
Yeah, and
right?
he's starting to lose units everywhere. And I do feel like this is some pretty masterful play here from Armani. It was kind of one of the reasons why I was wondering about going mech. I know it might be better on this map, but it seems like Armani's so much better at handling this.
Yeah, it might be. Maybe he switches back to bio after this game, right?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, this is what a best of 3 is for.
Okay, so the Roaches are going to come forward now. And we're kind of waiting to see, like, when will these Swarm Hosts get shut down? I don't know that they can. Oh, wow, that's a great time to come in there with those Roaches.
Sure is.
Right
Look at
when
this.
the Mules land.
Oh, he's just killing everything. I think that's GG.
Yeah, I don't see him coming back. In fact, even the CC now taking so much damage.
Yeah, the Corruptors coming in for the flank during that was just beautiful.
And I'll tell you what, this is a great comeback here from Armani. Maybe Dream comes up with something, but I think, you know, the math is there I just don't know how you would ever grow on this map again, let alone push out across the map and kill the Zerg.
No, totally. Well, he's trying to be as efficient as he can here, right? Like, he's using some battle mech, he's using his scans, killing off roaches. Armani doesn't care, though. He has so much. Look at that. Another swarm of locusts coming in. Meanwhile, you're, like, picking off some Roach Ravager, which Armani, by the way, can buy again.
Yeah. And this base, I don't know what it's going to be mining again. There's another Nidus now in the main. I would not be surprised if Dream taps out after this counterattack basically fails.
Yeah. Well, he's killing the units reasonably well. It's just he doesn't have a lot going on at home.
Yeah, well, there's going to be more produced behind this, and there's not going to be, I think, a way to grow back into the game.
And he's deep on creep at this point, right? He is just running through purple areas. That'd be kind of cool if you got a lot of overlords. Armani's bank is not infinite.
That's true.
It's not like that TVT we were watching earlier.
Yeah, but his supply is in the nosebleed area, Artosis. He's got a lot in this game here. And again, the Terran is just in shambles, never able to use his base, and now we see things like tanks possibly being targeted. No? Yes?
I think he doesn't even know what he wants to do. Lands him and gets like one volley.
Takes those injured roaches, remakes there. Yeah, I think we have GG in a second here. I don't...
Dream doesn't really... I mean, I guess as long as you got an army, you can fight Tasteless. To the last mech.
We do allow it in the tournament, Artosis. Wow, just taking out those siege tanks with ease.
Just every time you get a lock on, you're so efficient with the Cyclones.
Yeah.
So maybe you
well,
feel
maybe
like
there's
you
a
can do
small
something.
shot that he's so inefficient that Dream can come back.
Well,
but
we only see roaches being made, right? So if he can just kind of put an end to the Stormhost harassment, I guess that's where you can really fight back as Dream.
yeah, well, if he keeps just attacking here with Roach Ravager, it's not going to trade efficiently.
Yeah. Feels like you should consider going into something else.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused why we're still seeing these units here.
Honestly, even if he just popped out like 3 or 4 infestors, let him grow some energy, that would be quite helpful, because then you can't really get kited. I don't know, do you call it kiting when they lock on and you just run away?
It's sort of like kiting. It's not exactly kiting, right?
No.
So, I don't know, guys. I feel like we're just going to watch this base slowly get destroyed, and the Terran
You can't
do their
things that
darnest.
fly, though. What about that, Tasteless?
Yeah, what about that? Riddle me that, Artosis. Dream is a fighter.
Yep. He does not want to go out here. Hit round of 8 last season, only losing to the champion.
So I think after this game finishes up, we'll go into game 3.
All right. A nice flank here.
Yep, GG at last. That was took us a while, but we got there.
Yeah.
The writing was on the wall.
I wonder if he is going to pull back into bio play now, because his Golden Wall is actually our next map, so 100% bio. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen mech here.
No, I think you can't go mech there.
No.
Can't
like,
dominate.
oh, look how many Hellions I have.
Yeah.
It's like,
which platform will I control with him?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. We move on into the last game for one of these two players. And again, Zoun is waiting just around the corner.
Yeah.
Armani and Dream on Golden Wall, one of our most unique maps. I don't know what to expect. I don't know who's going to win. Dream looked very strong in game 1 with the bio play. Armani fought back with brilliant Nidus Worm and Swarmhost play in game 2. And anything could happen on Golden Wall, so let's see what happens on game 3.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프린스 아르마니 박진영.
I'm stealing one of the energy drinks on the desk.
Nice.
going into the night late.
Hot 6.
Bring me there, hot 6.
Oh, it will. That stuff will pep you up. Saw some people.
The white one's quite good too.
Yeah.
Which
one did I have the other night? Oh yeah, I had a white one. Yeah, no, they're good. No, actually, I had a blue one the other day. I actually, honestly, I like the one that you don't like as much, the fruit punch flavored one.
That's not true. I like all their flavors, Artosis, but
that one's your least favorite.
That must have been a dream you had, or maybe I should say a nightmare.
A nightmare.
Yeah.
I normally do have nightmares about what flavor soda you like.
Artosis, that's funny. You woke up from a dream where you actually was a bad dream. You had to wake your wife up and be like, Tasis didn't like one of the hot 6 flavors.
Yeah,
she said, honey, it was just a dream.
She's like, honey, we need to talk about how you dream about Nick every night.
Now, on this map, we want to see if and when the gold base is taken for either race. The gold bases are closer to the center, so they're more easily pushed. Some players will avoid getting the gold base early on because they might be stronger, have a bigger army in the later game, depending on the dynamic of how the game is going. And take that later on. Gold base is more pushable, more harassable. 2 platforms on the map. Usually in TVZ, it's the upper platform nowadays. They're both fighting on, but we have had games that are funny where Terran just takes the bottom and pushes through there and tries to kill the Zerg by hitting their main, which does work. We almost never have it in StarCraft 2, but if you can just kill the Zerg's main, usually the dominoes start to fall.
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, you know, generally we end up seeing Terran take the gold base on this map. Zerg will generally expand to the north because it's further away from Terran. And Terran will oftentimes, as the 3rd base, take the gold and then just kind of rally through it so that everything's a little bit protected by their rally points.
Right.
Which is a really powerful strategy, right? You're not quite as spread out. You're kind of in almost a forward position at that goal to start attacking your opponent. So it's almost easy to like assume that that's what we're going to end up seeing here from Dream. But maybe he has something else to mix in.
And Zoun waiting just around the corner for the winner of this. By the way, all these series today have been
just around the corner.
They've all been marathons, honestly. These have been pretty dramatic games. We haven't had a game where it's like, oh, you lost. Ah. You know?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking of your statement, like Zoun hiding around the corner, or just around the corner. I was thinking, like, what if he's hiding there? He's going to scare him. It's like, walk into
it's
the...
just to Zoun the corner. Oh, there's a Roach Warren.
Oh. Well, you know what? There's Hellions. This is a Hellbat build, basically. So the fact that Armani is getting a Roach Warren is really quite good for him.
Yes. So let's see how this attack goes. First the drop. Spotted by the Overlord, though. He's like, oh. Goes around its vision, but I think he saw that. He should be ready. And the Roach Warren finishes before the attack commences, but this is all going to be about doing damage at the front.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I really think with these Roaches and Queens, he should be able to hold this.
Now, a lot of times the Queens want to try to hit the medevac. This is a great small counterattack here.
Yeah, that's super nice. Even if it doesn't kill too much. Oh my god, he gets a medevac already.
So far, so good. Transfuses all around. One Queen goes down.
Yeah, let's see what Armani has here for Micra. I mean, there's no medevac, so eventually you should be able to pick this all off. Good splitting.
He is just smashing here. This is a complete and utter failure of an attack here. Dream just dominated, man. Is there counterplay now?
Well, okay, you know, Hellbat pushes. I talk a lot of smack on Hellbat pushes, man, and there's a reason for that.
Can I just do it?
Go ahead, please.
I think these are really just obsolete ways to play the game.
Yeah.
There's, you know, the moment that you get there, and if they have the unit, all they do is stay out of range.
Yeah.
And these are Roaches, by the way. That's how bad Hellbats are in these situations. If the Roaches are like, don't worry, I have a ranged attack.
Yeah.
You're like, I guess technically you do.
Yeah. Oh, look at this Liberator placement. I love that.
Yeah.
He focused down the Overlord with the Mine and Liberator.
Yeah, that was really sexy.
And then put it over that so it can't. That's awesome. That was a great move. I like that.
But again, you know, the Hellbat play, it seems like you're zoning yourself out of a lot of opportunity later on.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when it doesn't do anything, it's not like suddenly you're you're not suddenly happy like, well, at least I have that armory right now.
Yeah.
Like, what's he using the armory for right now? I guess that mine, you can't see it. There you go. Wow. You know?
Yeah.
Also, he doesn't have Hellions on the map right now for pushing back creep, for threatening lings or run-bys or anything like that. I mean, he's getting some out now, but the phase of that part of the game is kind of gone too.
Right.
So, yeah. Hellbat pushes are a big no-no.
So
Hellbat pushes are minus EV. There's a way to put it.
Yeah, well, also Hellions don't really help you the same way Marines and medevacs do later on, or tanks for that matter. They can be good, but, you know, if you're going to go toe-to-toe with a really good Zerg, you might need more than that. So from here, this seems to be a game of Armani needing to just deflect whatever other tricks Dream has up his sleeve.
Liberator killing an Overlord.
Yeah, not too impactful. If I was Armani, I would be completely fine with losing that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say he was going to kill it?
Yeah, what are we talking about? Armani's like, you think I have to lose that? By the way, this Liberator is not killing drones in my base. See you later.
Yeah. You remember before they nerfed Liberator anti-air damage?
Yeah.
You remember those few games we had where, like, Maru went only Liberators?
Yes.
That was the silliest stuff.
It's like, should these things have an air attack? I don't know.
Beginning of Legacy of the Void, Protoss went only Adepts. Terran went only Liberators. It beat so much. My God, it killed Zerg so hard. And then Zerg went 3 base Ling Ravager into Ultra. Wow, that meta at the beginning of Legacy.
What a good time to be alive.
Yeah.
So,
good old days.
The 4th base is being taken way up here in the upper left, and this is like really, 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 really far away for the Terran. This is the furthest point on the map for the Terran. This is like, probably you won't be able to get this unless things went really wrong. So, one thing that Zerg is really taking advantage of on this map is just the fact that you can expand and stay pretty far away. Yeah, there's not much you can do.
You can't really get up there, right? Like, how would you? There's so much creep. It's so far away.
Now, on the other side of the map here for Terran, the gold base is being taken, and Zerg seems to be pretty withdrawn overall in this game. So I don't know if that's going to be challenged by the Zerg anytime soon here. We'll see.
Still some decent harassment going down, I would say. Right? Like, you get some Hellions in here. The Liberator just got 6 kills itself. Looks like the Hellions aren't going to really do all that much, but they're trying.
And yeah, I think we're in for a long one here, Artosis. Zerg's going to get the 10 mutas out on the map. By the way, Armani has great control here. These Liberators are not getting that much done.
Yeah.
Hold on. These mutas are going right by this medevac.
Ooh, what a funny place to drop it.
Yeah.
All right, well, the mutas are coming back, so this is dealt with. Mutas going to deal with each Marine as they pop out.
Yeah, and from here, it's, you know, a matter of, does Terran want to try to push on the gold base? There's not a lot of pushable locations, and that's sort of the way that Armani's played this game, is if the Terran were to push here, the Zerg would probably just eat it up. And so he might, Dream might just stay on 3 bases for a long time. Zerg may even expand into the upper left or the bottom left instead of the gold base.
Yeah,
this may be a game where Zerg actually mines out his side of the map until it's time to take the gold base.
Yeah.
Then he takes a hatch on each side of the minerals and wins the game.
That would just be silly. But yeah, I think you're right. That kind of like 1135 base, that's probably his next one. That's generally what we see from Zergs, but that's the most pushable one for Terran, right? You're kind of going up like a thinner ramp. So we oftentimes see people do a nice spread there with some mines and Marine, Marauder, Medevac.
So Terran has not really asserted himself on the map, and I think that, you know, this kind of goes into the big picture idea of what we're talking about here, where there's kind of nowhere to actually hit the Zerg, because I think the Zerg's actually avoided the bait on the map of the gold base, right? So Terran has a little bit of an accelerant economically, but that doesn't last for long. Gold bases don't stay around.
They'll get tried up.
But Zerg may have the option to start trying to strike, whether it's the gold or one of these other places, a lot.
Well, he's on 80 drones, right? So
here we go.
Has an economy behind him, too.
By the way, this building placement is so good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. Oh, how cool. Okay. He just chucks down a few more corrosive biles. Now, the lack of tanks makes it harder on the Marines and the Marauders to split because eventually they have to turn around and try to kill the Banelings before they connect. If the tanks are still there, then their splash damage will obliterate the Banelings, and eventually the tides turn. The Zerg takes the fight.
I do like that he's going Thor Mine in their place at least, right? That's going to give him something when the mine count goes up, but the mines, like, where are they? How many mines does he actually have right now?
Oh, whoa, 9 SCVs were killed there.
Nice. All right, still chasing down this army with, like, a few units that he lost track of. Armani turns and pushes that back. Armani now has his 5th base up and running. Of course, the 4th base has been up for Dream for a little bit. Has been taking damage on the gold, though. And, of course, the gold, like you said, doesn't really last all that long. He's going to be out of minerals there relatively soon.
Again, we're waiting for Dream to try to do a dent here. We don't even have the lower platform as a factor at this point in time. But there's 2 bases down there that Zerg can take as well. And I think Armani's doing one of the best jobs in ZVT we've seen on this map, by the way.
He's playing a very nice game. Like, don't forget that there wasn't that much pressure on him early on because he went Roaches against a Hellbat push.
Right.
But he came out of that too, right? Don't forget, like, if you're going for Roaches on 2 bases, then your economy is not, like, super hot either. He's played a nice game. Ultra's Cavern on the way. Getting his 3-3, getting his Adrenal. +2 for the Mutas. This is turning into quite a game right now. I'm a little bit nervous for Dream.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Dream has a lot, and he hasn't really gotten into lethal reach of that base at the top of the map.
Yeah.
And again, you know, Zerg has money to boot. Okay, this was handled very well, but is he going to get that CC? I guess not. I guess those Mutas are chased away. He is now hitting this hatchery up here.
Okay, that's an important kill if he gets it. I think he's just barely not going to.
Yeah, it looks like there's just enough. I don't know how many turrets are in these bases near the top right, but I'd be curious to see what Mutas could do if they were to fly through there.
It's a bit of damage on those Mutas. You know, Ultras are going to be popping out pretty quickly here.
And, you know, Ultras allow you to hold your ground in a fight. Ultras just take so much damage to kill that a lot of times Terrans have to run.
They add so much muscle.
Yeah, especially with Lings and Banelings in combination. There has been a pretty dramatic fight up here at the top, and it looks like actually that base is going to be picked off, so Dream is starting to get the wins that he needed to have.
Yeah, kind of a nice little drop. Draws his attention over. He did get the 5th base during all this. Armani definitely needs to take a 5th because now suddenly we have Dream getting more bases than him, taking the top right. Can't have that. Oh, nice pickoff. The Muta's starting to show their presence here with that +2 attack.
Again, we're seeing Dream box Armani away. The upper right bases have been untouched, by the way. I do like the idea of the Zerg trying to dive on that gold base, but I don't feel like it's the position that he actually needs to win, you know? That gold base is going to mine out Artosis. I feel like what's more important...
It's pretty much gone.
It does seem like both sides are in the same dilemma, is that no one has a place that's easy to attack into to win fights. Okay, not bad.
Yeah, decent. Yeah, that gold base, not going to happen yet.
Yeah.
Chitinous plating is on the way. +3 finishing up here for Terran.
Mutas are going to go across the map again here. And let's see what they can get done. This is all occurring on the top platform. I feel like it's time for Zerg to go to the bottom. Now, this is what I was waiting for. There's not a ton of turrets here.
Yeah.
Looks like there's enough now that he will barely not keep that. But again, coming in here and killing off these SCVs. It's a long walk for the infantry to get back over here.
Very annoying.
Snipes that
Great
mine.
usage of those mutas.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's cute. There's one little drop down there to stop drones from taking that lower platform.
Oh,
Terran's
yeah.
actually controlling the platform with just one
I like that.
medevac and Marines inside of it.
It's just a little bit annoying to go down there and clean that up.
Ooh! Gotta
Missed
be
my
careful. The mutas can heal up if they can get away in time.
Quite a few ultras being made. Ultra speed, almost done.
Yeah, and good catch there too, by the way, on that medevac. The gold base is almost mined out here.
When do we see people expand to the bottom, do you think?
Soon, I think. Will
Doesn't
anybody take
Zerg become more powerful if... well...
I'm not sure because we don't normally get games that have been stretched out to this
We've never had
limit.
it where it goes... Because we've had this position a bunch of times.
Yeah.
But we haven't had it actually extended to the bottom when it's this big.
And, well, now with the Ultras out, I think this is the moment where Zerg might dominate the top here.
He needs some more mines. Okay, a few of them
Oh
do
my
burrow
God,
there.
so many back there.
Yeah.
Good pull away. But if I'm Zerg, I'm going to the upper right.
Look at this Zerg army. Is there anything scarier than that?
I don't think so.
Well, 2 Immortals in a Prism, but other than that...
Yeah, well, of course. Now, this is where he's cleared the upper right, and I think this is where Zerg's taken the lead and forced a real disadvantage onto the Terran. I think we've finally seen this game lead up into this point. Top right's gone. The other bases, like, it's basically going to be one base mining here for Dream, and even that's going to get low on minerals. And he's forcing a lot of stims and a lot of scrambling of defense everywhere. And I think behind this, we had I think 28 more Banes just made. Terran going to try to counter push, but let's see how that actually goes. I'm worried that Zerg's going to chase the Terran into the Zerg's upper left base and then kill him.
Yeah, that might be what we see here in a moment. He's got to lift up and bring him to the high ground. That is too many Banelings to deal with.
Yeah, the Banelings just continue to spill through. The Mutas can now hit the Liberators. And, I mean, this is just too much. And Zerg is maxed out while this is happening. There's 11 Mutas being made. Now does the game seesaw to the upper right.
Yeah, let's not forget, though, Armani's out of bank, okay? If Dream can deal with what he has, which doesn't seem too likely, that's a lot of Ultras, then there might still be a chance here.
Yeah.
But it's looking grim.
It is definitely looking grim, Artosis. Coming through here, the Banes and the Ultras force their position. That's an orbital, which means there's no hope that's going to make it. Now, he may have overextended here with his Ultralisks. This...
Yeah, it's hard to attack with Ultras, that's for sure.
You need Lings with him. Doesn't matter. Armani wins that game and gets the rematch against Zoun. Very exciting stuff.
You can see how happy Armani is from that. Keeps his hopes alive. If he can make round of 8, that is gigantic. Of course, he has to go up against Zoun again. That was a close one before in some ways, but Zoun looking a bit better. Dream, I actually, after that first game, I thought he was going to be able to take it. But Armani, showing some class.
He's a fighter. You can see these guys are friends. It's kind of a bittersweet moment for both of them. But now it's going to be Zoun, the last player.
That's going to be exciting, another PVZ from him.
Yeah. Now, Zoun came in here with some pretty sharp strategies, but I don't think those can be recycled into the rematch.
Yeah. Well, it matters how solid he thinks they actually are, I guess. How counterable are they?
We're going to have a short break when we come back, the final best of 3, to see who is the second survivor to get to the round of 16. Armani or Zoun? Round
Breaking up, going back again. We know it's wrong, but we do what we can to fix what we had. When did it all become so bad? Is this love or something else? I just can't figure out myself. Maybe it's time for us to move on, but we can't let go, we can't be strong. Let me go. Going back again. We know it's wrong, but we do what we can to fix what we had. When did it all become so bad? Is this love or something else? I just can't figure out myself. Maybe it's time for us to move on, but we can't let go, we can't be strong.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다. 울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.3끔 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
네? 없는데. 아니 옛날에는 그래도 할 게 많았는데 지금은 대처법이 나와가지고 지금은 없어요 칭찬할 게.
칭찬이요? 아 칭찬? 칭찬이요? 유닛 컨트롤하는 게 재밌는 것 같아요. 말가 없는 것 같아요.
테라는 솔직히 좋지 않아요. 근데 선수들이 좋기 때문에 좋아 보이는 것 같기도 해요. 하는 선수들이 머리가 좋아요. 일단
해병불검이 기본 유닛인데 평생 쓸 수 있어서 좋은 것 같아요. 유일하게 건물 띄울 수 있으니까 엘리전 때 그나마 좋은 것 같아요. 그나마.
재미 보기 좋죠. 테라는 딱 재미 보고 딱 게임은 지는. 근데 스트레스는 좀 덜 받긴 해요. 재미 보는 목적이면.
주로 공격하는 쪽이다 보니까 재미있다. 저도 재밌게 질 수 있다. 보통 저그가 맞기만 하잖아요. 그래서 아무래도 저그 선수들이 약간 성격이 안 좋아지는 경우를 제가 많이 봐가지고 테란이 일단 정신 건강 측면에서는 좀 유리한 종족이 아닌가 생각합니다.
Well, Terran is good because we have Giga robot and Marine is very strong.
테라는 전략이 많아가지고 자기가 원하는 대로 판을 이끌고 갈 수 있는 게 되게 재밌는 것 같아요. 메카닉을 해도 되고 바이오닉을 해도 되고 손이 좀 많이 가는 것 같아요.
왜 칭찬이야?
컨트롤이라는 묘미가 있기 때문에 그러니까 팬들의 좀 마음을 울릴 수 있는 그런 여지가 되게 많은 것 같아요. 테라는 팬들한테 더 인기가 있어질 수 있는 종족?
그냥 보는 사람의 입장에서 테란이 제일 멋있는 것 같아요.
프로토스는 변태같이 하기 좋은 것 같아요. 상대에 열받게 하는 거.
약간 처음 접하신 분들이 하기 좋은 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 유닛 하나하나가 일단 체력이 많기 때문에 초보 단계에서 약간 실수를 해도 유닛이 죽거나 그런 경우는 없어가지고
어디서든지 소환할 수 있다는 점? 그게 좋은 것 같아요.
아무래도 좀 분광기를 통한 즉시 소환이 정말 좋은 것 같고 하나하나 좀 센 유닛들이 좀 있어가지고 한방 병력이 좀 센 것 같아요.
스킬이 되게 많은데 그 스킬들이 다 화려해가지고 그래서 게임 플레이할 때 좀 재미있는 게 많은 것 같아요.
좋은 게 많이는 없지만 그래도 뭐 예언자는 그나마 쓸만한 것 같아요.
프로게이머들 하는 거 보고 따라하기 제일 편한 종족인 것 같아요.
손이 빠르면 손맛이 있어요. 사도랑 예언자 쓰는 손맛?
밸런스에 대해서 징징쟁적이 별로 없었는데 암흑기사 그거 하나는 괜찮은 것 같아요.
잘하면 제일 좋은 종족인 것 같아요. 저그라는 종족.
정말 완벽하게만 하면 정말 사기 종족 같아요.
초중반만 잘 넘기면 후반에 세다?
테란 입구 여는 맛, 토스 입구 여는 맛. 좋긴 하죠. 상대방이 당황하는 게 눈에 보이거든요. 좀 당황했니? 이런 게 느껴지면 게임하는데도 편안해서.
저글링 맹독충이 귀여워요.
저그는 눈치를 되게 잘 봐요, 저그들이. 너무 어렵다. 저그 칭찬할 게 없어요, 저그들.
제가 예전 인터뷰에서 술, 담배나 해도 저거는 하지 마라 이런 말 했잖아요. 그만큼 유익한 게 없긴 하거든요. 저거 하면서 은근히 좀 귀여운 면이 있어요. 저글링이나 뭐 맹독충.
Round of 16. T1. 3. Armani. Zoun. Africa TV. Prego Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Code S. Last Stand.
Welcome back. The final match for Group A is about to commence. This is a rematch between Armani and Zoun. Zoun did win the first time they faced off, but then Zoun was eliminated by TY, bouncing him back here into the 5th best of 3 we have. One player moves on, the other is out in this year's final GSL Code S. We do have GSL next year, so not to be too dramatic, but this is it, man. One player goes on to the round of 8. Armani has steadily improved. He has survived the test going up against Dream. He's probably a little bit exhausted. That series was, that best of 3 was over an hour. Zoun looks modern, looks scary. I don't know what to expect. This should be a great series, and it will start on Eternal Empire. Let's go.
전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우린 더욱 강하다. 아프리카 프린스 아르마니 박진영. 알파 엑스 조운 박한솔.
I want you to let this sink in for a moment. Either Armani or Zoun is going to be in the round of 8.
What?
Yeah. The round of 8 is like the best of the best. Whenever you see a round of 8, you're like, yep.
That's
this
true.
time, you're going to be like, huh?
Well, times change, man.
You say that. But we have players like TY who's entering his 12th round of 8. You know, it's
yeah,
like
but he's also casting. He's also casting our tournament now, so even that's pretty
yeah.
crazy. Yeah, look, I think Zoun is really exciting if he does move on because he's brought a new brand of Protoss that is different. Doesn't really look like anybody else's style. You know, he had a great series against TY, for instance, where he was really holding on against TY. Like, he was actually holding his own. It was impressive.
Yeah.
Now, Armani's also exciting because he is a player who has worked really hard and has not... He's mostly been in the background of GSL.
Oh, for sure.
And so for him to go to the round of 8, it's also incredible. And it's his hard work finally paying off and him chasing his dreams.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm a little bit more excited about Zoun because his style is so cool. And it is pretty original. I think if I had to compare him to another professional Protoss, like the way he approaches this matchup, he feels... Tell me if this feels right to you, because, like, the closest I can get is he feels a little bit like Deer in this matchup. Not entirely, but I see a little bit of similarities with it.
Can you expand on that? I'm not sure what you mean, actually.
Yeah, so Deer, like, I feel like it's more the ideas and some of the execution. Like, Deer a lot of times would go for things that were like, if he didn't do them right, he's screwed. And I think a lot of that we're seeing with Zoun, where it's like these disruptor drops where he's dropping them in the middle of the battle and just getting the disruptor hit off on the units and things like that.
Yeah, and even if the disruptors take damage, he's still killed enough that then it turns the tide of the fight.
There's something about the smoothness of the way his build fits together as well, and the way that he's masking some of the stuff. He reminds me a little bit of Deer. It's not like a complete thing, but it's the player that most comes to mind the more I'm watching Zoun's PVC specifically. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways.
No, I think it's a good point.
Maybe I'm the only one that thinks that.
Yeah, well, I think Deer did come in here and just sort of have a lot of things that were, if you had the execution there, you could win. It's kind of what's different about SOS in some ways from them, even though they're similar on some level, where SOS is so brainy about the game. He just sort of sees something in some sort of weird way and puts the pieces together in a way, and it's like, that's why people say he's the hardest player to prep against, although I think SOS, we can all agree, hasn't done as well this year.
Yeah, no, he had a terrible year. He actually might still make Katowice, though.
That's exciting.
Yeah, he gained enough points at Katowice that he might still make it. So. I'm actually kind of hoping Zoun does well so that we can see him at the World Championship. That would be really cool. I just can't get enough of his style right now, you know?
Well, I feel like he's so exciting to cast, but I don't have a very good handle on him still, you know?
No,
I know he's had some great online games here, but when you really see, like, okay, what are the most important strategies for you?
Yeah,
like, what do you do? And it's really cool. I mean, he's got a very different approach.
Well, you know, also some of these online things, right? Like you see him do well in Elima League or something.
Yeah.
I remember Billowy was dominating for a bit in some of these online cups like that, like Elima League, right? And then he comes to GSL and just couldn't quite transfer it over.
No, he got
and
ejected
never
so
really
fast.
did anything. Yeah, he had like one really good round of 32 group and didn't quite make it. And Rotterdam still to this day makes fun of me for calling out how good Billowy was in online tournaments.
I know about this. This is so funny.
But yeah, with it's kind of refreshing with Zoun, right? Because we know he's been doing really well in these online cups, and here he is actually delivering. Like, he's in the round of 16, and I mean, I don't know that he's gonna win this, but he definitely could.
Yeah, well, he also seems very comfortable, like being in this group here. Now, here's where he started to do the adept harass, where things are going to start activating. It does look like he's going to lose all these adepts, though.
That was beautiful.
And, I mean, Armani has held this, man.
Well, this is only his first attack, Tasteless. He's going into speed disruptor drops now.
Okay, well, that's where we wait. So he
Yeah,
lost
that
10,
didn't do well.
10 adepts to kill 6 drones. That's not Walmart value.
It is, well, some. I mean, if you're talking about like the
Could be a
shoes that you buy.
Could be a Walmart build, but I don't know if it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, that got crushed. And now I'm a little bit worried because, you know, we were...
Well, he's getting out his Sam's Club disruptor drops,
Okay, great,
so
yeah.
we're going to see. Did you know that Costco loses money on these disruptor drops?
It's only to wipe out the local businesses.
Yeah, yeah.
So
hey, I'm down for it, man. $1.25 for a hot dog and a Coke.
It's like, are you telling me that this mop is 5 cents cheaper? Now,
well, just the fact that
I'm worried that we saw a build like this. This looks like an old failed Protoss build.
Yes.
From before, you know?
Well, it's good to mix it in still, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it doesn't work
Well,
this
is it?
time.
I mean, yeah, it's not working. I don't know that it is good. I think it's actually definitively
good,
bad to
Tasteless.
mix it in right now.
Well, you got to keep your opponent guessing somewhat with Protoss, right? That's like one of the main strengths of Protoss.
Yeah, well, you have to have, you know, an element of surprise here. Now, this is funny because... Oh! Did it die? I don't know.
No, I think he saved it. But look at this, 10 drones now. The Adept's getting some damage done as well. You know what's really cool about this? He continually falls back into these disruptor drops with the speed. And that shows us that he actually values this as a repeatable thing. It's not gimmicky.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's
in
some
the
kind of
past
cord.
In the past when we've seen speed disruptor drops against... Oh my god.
No!
Crazy. I wish we had a name for that.
Yeah, if there was a way to articulate that quickly.
There isn't though, but like this one pylon that was powering a lot is dead now, and it like all that stuff isn't powered, and he should have had another one.
We should call it a Zoun pylon.
Maybe.
Now, I am worried because, oh no, well, hold on, let's go back to what you were saying a second ago.
Yeah,
so one of the core tenets of his play is just here. The disruptors in the Warp Prism. He's basically going Reaver harass in StarCraft 2.
Yes.
With the speed on the Warp Prism. He loves to do this. And it's cool because it seems to be working overall, but I am actually more worried that the rest of this game is not what's working here.
Okay. Well,
like the Adept play.
He's kind of still giving himself some sort of shot here. With those disruptors, because they can gain so much value so quickly. But, you know, all the previous Speed Prism Disruptor drops, all of them in this matchup were Speed Prism Disruptor into Colossus All-In.
Yeah.
Like, every time we saw it, that's what it was. Like, you'd go around, you killed 2 drones, a Roach, and 2 Queens, and then you'd hit them with a Colossus attack that either won or didn't win. Here, he's just, like, keeping him busy, right? It's a Speed Prism, so he can't be caught. And he's saved him most of the times. There he didn't save it, but he got a big hit with it, so who cares?
And if he drops it, he'll just remake another one and slot it back into the
They're
Warp
not
Prism.
even that expensive, to be honest.
No, they're really not. Okay, so...
Those links could not
this
figure out what they wanted to do.
Second guessing everything that he was going to counterattack here. So he chases that away, and now we're going to have the push. And again, let's see how these disruptor shots do in connections. He forces his Zerg back. That allows an inching in here onto the turf where the hatchery is. Guardian Shield telegraphing a commitment to the fight.
Force fields here. All right, does bust them. Good micro from Zoun. Really nice execution so far.
Zoun's really not losing much here.
No, he's not. He
just
dodges Biles very, very well.
And now the disruptors, I think, are just close enough. He could start to really push him off of the hatchery. Yeah, and then Protoss, I think, just wins this fight, right?
I think so. I think he gets the hatch. But now, oh, Viper coming in.
That's pretty huge, getting the Immortal.
Yeah, and Immortal pulls in a Stalker as well. Maybe not aiming for that, but that's what he gets.
Yeah, I feel like there's more Stalkers and Immortals here. This is a good catch, though, if he can get that Immortal with the Lings, but he doesn't. He's going to get the... Yeah, I think that Zoun just wins.
It does look that way. Look at this. He's just skipping the hatch for a moment, targeting down as many units as he possibly can here. Just fantastically done by Zoun.
Okay, he's going to try to push in. And, the problem is Zerg might have committed so hard to trying to save that fourth that now he could lose the third. But let's see. Let's see what happens. Just one. Oh, I said just one Disruptor. There's a second one that's just now merged in with the first. Drones are being pulled, and this is... this is where the Disruptor shots do so much damage. Oh, great pull on the Immortal.
Oh my god, the offensive blink forward there. Great Blinding Cloud, though. Really screwing up this micro. I think is he going to hold now after that? Another nice Disruptor.
I think Protoss has this, man.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get pushed in between his Evo Chambers and Hatchery, and there's just going to be a way better arc here for the attack.
Yeah, especially as the Disruptors come off the cooldown. Look at that. Oh my god, and that's it.
GG. The Zoun turning you into a clown. Ooh, damn. The Zoun push.
Can I be a bishop in his church?
We are all Zounites right now. This is Zounism.
Dude, his play is so cool. It
works.
So
it's like,
cool.
even when it seems like, oh, I don't know if your early game play is that good. Like, he actually lost 10 adepts at a point in time to kill 6 drones. And look, I've casted a lot of StarCraft. I am used to seeing that and saying, all right, you're dead. Let's let you flail around in this game with your adepts and die. And then instead he goes, no, Tasis, watch this. And he does a Stalker, Disruptor push.
Yeah. I don't think you can go Road Ravager against him. I don't think you can do it.
Death Dream, or Ever Dream.
Death Dream?
Or Ever Aura. Game 2. Sorry, it's been a late night.
That's a dream I have about you all the time, Tasis.
Africa Prince, Armani, 박진영. 알파 X, 조운, 박한솔.
No blocking of the hatchery. Yeah, this is... I don't think you can go Roach Ravager against him. I think you should be going for a more Ling-heavy approach.
Yeah, it does.
Which can be tricky, too, right?
It definitely seems like... yeah, that unit composition, that's what he wants.
Yes, that's what you can hit with Disruptors. Yeah. And his Disruptor play is the best in the world. I'm calling it.
Oh, yeah,
Next
I agree.
to M. Canning, of course. I'm so sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. How dare you?
Yeah, no, that goes without saying, but just for the people that don't understand.
Now, just thinking about the psychology of Armani here, I mean, this is kind of a rough way for a group to go down. Zoun beat Armani in a pretty impressive fashion.
Yeah.
And then, Zoun barely lost to TY.
Yeah, barely.
Armani fights for his life against Stream and wins and gets right back to square one. He goes, oh, man. He just keeps doing this stuff with these Disruptors.
Yeah. Well.
And it seems like Armani's had a lot of answers for everything else today, everything else in the group previous. But, Zoun's kind of... He's kind of like an alien. Like when we get attacked by the aliens, we don't get their technology at first. And then we figure out that we can hack their computer because they use Windows.
Yeah.
Then, like an Independence Day.
And we hack it with the least compatible of all things, a MacBook.
Yeah, no kidding. But yeah, I mean, it's like he's an alien invader, and we don't really get the Disruptor style.
Yeah.
And that's Armani's the humans today, ironically, even though he's a Zerg player. And Zoun sort of got the technology, and he can read minds, and his eggs are laid in your stomach and burst out your chest, and it's all we're in the first half of this movie. All right, Armani might figure it out later, but that might be the next season, next year.
Maybe.
Right now, like, this disruptor play seems to be really good. It's funny because Armani is holding off everything else.
Yeah.
Like the Adept play that came in, he slapped that down, dude.
Yeah.
He completely crushed that. But then the disruptors come in, and it's funny because, and I think you made a good point where the disruptors don't actually cost that much.
They really don't.
But with a Speed Warp Prism, you get to put them into a position where they're guaranteed to do damage against Roach Ravager. Even if you're losing them, it's like, fine, then just make another one and plug it back into the Warp Prism and keep doing it. And it doesn't seem like Armani's comfortable versus that. So, and of course, there's also this other thing that's going on where he makes these Void Rays.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Well, I think one Void Ray is really cool out of a Stargate because you kill the Overlords that are near you, but also they can't attack with Roach.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is it's like this very modern Zhoun-like style.
Yeah. Definitely true.
Where this is the era of the Zhoun dynasty, Artosis.
I almost want to go back through all of his games and just map out all of the early games because it's really fascinating. Like, for instance, we've seen these things before where you're trying to get Zerg to go into Roach, right? Like, remember Zest's old double Stargate Phoenix build where he's trying to get you to go into Roach?
Yeah.
And then there was that triangle of like 2 Stargate Phoenix, Charge Lot all in, and Archon drop.
Yeah.
Archon drop forces Roach, which Phoenix counters. So you kind of you're just there's some little rock paper scissors strategically things going on. Like, for instance, here we see Glaives coming up while he's taking his third, and if you're going Glaives, all the Glaive builds weren't disruptor builds too, right? They were builds where you're going Ling into Roach to hold them well. So even though you hold them well, Zoun is showing that, well, he's so damn good with disruptors that he's now punishing you for holding it well because you chose the wrong units to hold it well with. So the thing is, you can technically hold things like these Adept builds with things like Ling Bane, but it's much harder.
Yeah,
but something like that will actually pair better against disruptors because they're too quick. You can't just hit everything you want with those.
Yeah, I think you're onto something with that for sure. And by the way, Zhoun really doing a pretty kind of milquetoast build here. I don't mean that in a bad way, even though milquetoast does sort of have a negative connotation to it. But like,
it does. Yeah, I get called milquetoast all the time.
Oh, okay. It's a good compliment. Congratulations.
Thanks.
No, look, it's like we've seen this build before, but I think what's going to happen is that we're going to have the disruptor tech in here, and I think he just wants to play a safe game. Zhoun does.
Well, this is from Zoun so much less committed.
Yeah.
It's not 2 base, 4 gate, Prism, Adept. This is a 3rd base, slow Glaives, like 7, 8 Adepts, and they're not doing anything.
Well,
he's just showing that he has Glaives.
I think he's trying to get Armani to overreact. And say, okay, what are you going to try to do? You're going to try to freak out and stop me in some other way? I'm not even really committed to this. I'm 3 basing it.
Honestly, I'd like to see a Spire come up because, like, if Blink Stalker is your go-to, you can go Ling Bane Muta in a situation like this.
And they blink away once and lose everything. It's hilarious.
Yeah, Banes can counter that. But the thing is, if you have Banes in too big a groups, then disruptors can hit those. Yeah, it's a tricky thing. And Zoun has more practice with this than anyone playing against it, so he's going to know it really, really well. Phoenix being made.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a bit new.
Why do you think that's on the menu here?
He might put it on the side to look for Bane drops. He might think that there's a possibility that mutas are going to come out. I'm not sure.
Here's the Warp Prism speed being made with the disruptors, so we're at that part of the game now. So we know that this is the Zhoun tech.
Very quick Hive coming in.
Oh, look at this. I think you're completely
Lurker tech
right. He's just going to see that with his Phoenix and just kill it.
Yeah, that might be what it's for. Stop some of these drops.
Okay, here comes the Ling drop. Now this is annoying, but it looks like it's actually timed out pretty well here because the Protoss is pushing across the map.
Oh, he has a cannon in there already.
Oh, he's ready for everything.
Seems it. Oh, not close enough to the shield battery. This attack that he has out on the map can't do anything. I don't think so. It looks kind of weak.
Oh! Again, we want to watch for those connects. Or lack thereof, I should say.
Yeah, that army it's kind of funny looking.
And by the way, this actually changes the relationship of how we look at creep in the game. You usually think of creep as it gives you an edge in running into your opponent. But against disruptors, it lets you run away quick enough to actually avoid the connection.
Yeah. All right. Lurker upgrades on the way. Lurkers coming. Disruptors can fight Lurkers reasonably well, I think. But I'm sure he's going to add some Vipers in. That's got to be key. With the speed of this hive.
Okay, here come those Lings now. Counterattack there is denied, but I think this fourth base won't be. Oh. It does seem like Armani is sort of not sure where to go with his Lings sometimes.
Yeah, he's looking for things, but Zoun's defending very well.
This is actually a great catch here. But again, I think Zoun eventually needs to get in here and start to do damage. Armani's growing. This has been the most passive game Zoun's played here. Oh, no.
Well,
okay, I'll tell you what. I would be happy to lose all three of those disruptors for that kind of damage.
That was pretty all right, wasn't it?
He meant to do that. Of course.
You know, disruptors are like banelings in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
They're the only, in my opinion, right, because supply efficiency is a thing.
Right.
Because you have units like Tempest that are just not supply efficient, then you have units like banelings that are the most supply efficient. But I think disruptors are like right below banelings. As far as supply efficiency goes, it's just like, for the amount of supply that they cost, they have a ton of power.
Yeah, they're very, very strong. And you're right, especially if you can get, like I say, even 3 shots that connect and do damage.
Oh,
it's
God.
so good.
It's crazy, yeah. That Void's still alive.
He's the leader.
He's the leader.
That's Zoun.
From the skies, he's like, over here, boys.
Yeah, Zoun is driving that Void Ray. And inside, he's got a whole bunch of handheld consoles that he used to control the disruptors from.
Oh, my. This counterattack doing a pretty good job. A lot of Zealots warp in.
Okay, we need to see if he can break the Lurker defense. Now, I think on paper, disruptors do beat Lurker defense.
Yeah, yeah. Until they start getting sucked in with Abduct. And look at that, then you just heal everything that got hit. Oh, Zoun taking a bunch of damage here.
Zoun actually might be in trouble here.
Here's the thing.
That Armani's hitting his stride now.
His comp that's so good, this is something you got to watch out for occasionally, right? Like, I am right now in love with Zoun's style overall, but it could also be that this is his style, and when it rotates into being good in the meta is when he's strong, because that happens to some players that have a very stylistic way to play.
Hey, this has been Zest with some of these adept pressure builds.
Sure.
Where he's like, okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I mean, like, thing is, you Lurkers, like, Stalkers, you just saw 2 volleys from those Lurkers and the Stalkers are almost dead. 1 more volley and they're gone. Like, and we saw him have a hard time before with that. Oh my God, the fact that the Abduct stops the Nova. Ooh.
Very nice pushing in. Again, you know, the Lurkers are really causing a problem that I don't know if Zoun's going to be able to answer. That is,
well, you have to switch how you're approaching the game. You can't be going Blink Stalker Disruptor really.
Now he's
like the Stalkers can't close, and the Vipers will get free damage.
What was that?
Zealots going to their death. Their lives were for ire.
Okay, I'm starting to wonder if Zoun has any answers here.
Not with this comp. He's getting Storm. Okay, that's good. He's not making more Stalkers, so, I mean, if he did, that would be insane. But adding some Static D, more Disruptors. Like, you definitely do want a lot of Disruptors against this.
Nice catch. Takes
the Abducts, though.
Well, the Adepts... The Adepts. The Abducts are
Those
just...
are like bad Adepts. Oh, this is painful right here. Oh,
Yeah,
thank God for shield battery.
He's just not getting... Protoss isn't getting any trade-off damage here. I think Armani could be doing a little bit of a better job with the lead that he has.
What would you like to see him do? Because he's
more
like
growth
maxed
on the map.
Oh, okay, just like maybe take 12 or something.
Yeah. Now, actually, this is pretty smart here from Zoun, because the lurkers can't be everywhere, and they're not even that mobile of units. So he's going to come in here, and this is a pretty important location. Takes that out. He can actually go up to the north now, too.
Yeah, that would be very good. Unfortunately for him, losing this 4th base. He does have another base on the way. A lot of things going wrong for Zoun right now.
Okay, he's fighting over here.
Oh.
You know, he's just, again, the problem with the Disruptors, as devastating as it is, it can be interrupted. Its attack literally comes out last out of all the attacks in the game.
Takes 2 seconds. And
Yeah.
if they can disrupt you in that time, Disruptor becomes disrupted.
Whoa. Okay, so I think Zoun had some pretty cool play here, but we're in the twilight of this game for sure. No 4th base for Protoss. No late game for Protoss.
Yeah, it feels like when they get into this type of unit comp, he's having a very hard time. We saw that against Armani earlier as well, let's not forget, in the Cannon Rush game, right? He got up into the lurkers from a terrible deficit and almost was able to take it. Zoun was like way far ahead there. Here, I mean, this is a pretty damn good game. But when he did get up into that unit set, Zoun was floundering.
I gotta say, man, this has been an insane day today.
And
I don't know who takes it. Armani seemed to stabilize there. It seems like he's made the adjustments to where Zoun's style doesn't quite work. So let's see what approach Zoun has now.
Yeah, it seems like getting into your Vipers, getting your Lurkers quickly is good.
Yeah, you just buy time, get Vipers, and then this build isn't as good anymore.
He wants to whittle down your layer tech with this.
Yes. Yes, he does. The final game in Group A starts now. Only one player moves on to the round of 8. Armani versus Zoun. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프린스 아르마니 박진영.
Ooh! Cannon Rush.
알파 X 조운 박한솔.
It ends as it started with these two. Yeah. Zoun cannon rushed on the same map. This was the same map that he cannon rushed on, right?
Yes.
Same positions. Oh my God, I'm in the Groundhog's Day cast.
Look at this.
This drone's like, if someone tries to cannon rush me.
Okay, he sets up with this one first. Second probe coming up.
We are Protoss, and we can conjure buildings out of nothingness.
One probe does all that.
How have we not won every GSL, you might ask?
Nice hop. Additional cannon going up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, doesn't want to lose that probe. Gotta be careful about that. All right, forces a cancel. Can't be unhappy.
Cancels one cannon. Do you go into the robo? No, I don't. Oops. Oh, nice.
No.
I don't actually know that cannon
yeah.
rush.
So if basically the way to look at it is this: if he has the wall on top of his ramp, he'll go into robo. If he has it below, then it's more likely to be an expansion build with like a Stargate.
Oh, okay, makes perfect
Ravagers
sense.
will kill you if you don't have a Stargate in a situation like this. So I assume that's what he's going to do, but I mean, Zoun has surprised us a lot today.
Zoun.
Yeah,
Careful.
dude. Totally.
Zoun. No, Zoun, you don't do that, Zoun. This is a GSL tournament.
It's kind of a funny place to put it. You don't want queens to be able to hit it easily, right?
Yeah, it would seem to me like you want to put it just to the right.
Yeah, dude, I just put it right next to the
like,
hatch.
This doesn't have to touch
What's
anything on the wall. You can actually just make a cannon here.
What's up, brah? How you like cannons? Try these cannons on for size.
Okay, now I think he's come to his senses and realizes he doesn't need to do this. Oh!
Whoa.
Look at this guy.
I don't think that gets around, though.
Extreme hatchery making over here.
He's not. No, you can't squeeze out there.
No.
He's trying to bring the Ling to take the shot.
No, this doesn't work, right?
He just targeted it. That's so funny.
Oh, that's so sad.
I love that he just targeted it himself. Armani worked so hard to try to get that drone out.
That's so funny because I get the idea, and he's like, I actually can control this, man.
Yeah, there's the Stargate. He's now successfully cannon rushed 2 different bases. There is still a drone on the map, so
Can
maybe
we get
he
a
can throw
fourth?
something down. This is, I mean, obviously Zoun has to be way ahead here.
Yeah, but except he's lost all his cannons, Artosis.
It's true. A lot of pylons going to go down.
Oh, yeah. What about a supply then?
Somehow I think he's going to be all right.
Well, he's just now started his Nexus.
Well, if your Nexus is in line with your opponent's hatchery, but you also have a Stargate finishing,
yeah,
that's a good thing, I would say.
And even going to get this Overlord here. I mean, this is so many little victories.
Armani's actually gaining Overlord speed. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull this game into a decent direction.
It'll be hard.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, man, look at this. So he's going to get an Oracle here. This is one of these unusual games where a lot of things have happened right at the start, so tempo-wise, everything is kind of off.
Also, that's the first time he's made an Oracle today.
Yeah, that's
well,
not...
I guess he made it for detection against the Lurkers in a previous game, but other than that...
Well, that's like a later unit he introduced. It wasn't one of the first things he got out. It's always interesting to see one of the first few units you make and what you try to do with it.
Yeah. He's been much more into Void Rays and then a little bit into Phoenixes today. Has the Robo coming up? His natural finishes.
Will this parlay into the same technique that we saw before, but this time with the Zoun in the lead, pushing out with Stalkers and Speed War Prism with Disruptors? I also want to point out,
I don't know.
In the last game that Armani won, Zoun did, even though he got some kills with it, he did lose 3 Disruptors out of nowhere early on, if you remember.
He did. They had some good hits.
The
But you're right,
Disruptors had
he
a
did.
Zergling jump scare where they just got caught and killed.
That's a jump kill.
Jump scare, too. You didn't expect that.
No, he definitely did not.
They say that's a cheap technique in modern StarCraft, but I don't know. I think it's part of the experience.
I get a lot of jump scares from Banelings, let me tell you.
Yeah. My jump scares are all me finding out I didn't make the pylon I thought I made, but, you know.
That's the... I don't know if that is classified as a jump scare.
It is for me. Now, Immortals are coming. The third base, I mean, everything looks like we're going to have a third base made over there.
This is crazy. Like, there is so much pressure on both these players. Round of 8 is, like, career-changing for them at this point.
You know, round of 8 is everything. Think about that. It's one game.
It's so legit.
Eminem music is playing right now. Mom Spaghetti all over the place.
Dude, yeah. This is the ultimate rap diss battle.
This
It was
is-
a cannon rush.
Yeah.
As an opener. It's Armani's move.
Oh! Whoa! Armani.
All right.
Things keep going wrong for you.
Yeah. All right, Ling Ravager.
This is not the way I want it to go for Armani. Right now, Armani looks like Wile E. Coyote in this game. This is not what he wants.
No. Those Roadrunner disruptors, man.
This Roadrunner Oracle. Okay, they're going to mine again. You like my play-by-play there?
Well, I was just thinking about the Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah.
And how much he bought from Acme. He bought so much from Acme. He has like the Marlboro jacket from Acme, you know?
Okay, the counterattack is real. This will deny the Nexus. I don't see anything to prevent this.
Yeah, that's really nice. And you were talking about how he doesn't know what to attack with his lings. He finally does, doesn't he?
He overcame the slump.
Damn, that's huge. That was just about to finish.
Yeah.
That was just about to finish.
And the Oracles get there just not in the nick of time.
Hey, what's that, Tasteless?
Aspire. Am I right?
You're
I'm
right.
like, a Nexus. Like, no, Tasteless Aspire. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Nexus got canceled, Tasteless. Are you even watching the game?
No. So, this is a game that's gotten pretty interesting. We've had little victories on both sides. What do you think about the 4 sentries in here? Is he going to really try to harass with this, or is he going to block off the ramp and try to do the old school warp in?
He doesn't have glaives or charge, so no. I think he's trying to fake that he has disruptors.
Oh, but that's not a speed warp prism.
Yeah. Maybe speed's just like this game.
The Oracles are coming up again.
Listen, he needs Armani to help build the story a little bit.
Oh, that might be what he wanted to do, is get the Lings out here. It does seem like the Lings are going to have some pretty good fights here.
Yeah, that's a super cute move. I guess it's not going all that well. The Lings are going so much better against his comp, kind of as predicted.
It seems like you never, ever actually want to be this spread out to fight as Protoss.
Oh, no, you definitely
sort of need everything a little bit tighter.
It was another jump scare.
Yeah.
And now the Spire is done, and he's going Disruptors right now against the Spire.
Yeah, but what about the Mudarinos that are going to come?
Yeah, I think that Disruptors have a hard time against those. The Legend of Zoun, is it going to be cut short?
Yeah. Still my favorite StarCraft comic series ever.
Well, the great ones always get canceled. That is a fact. That is a fact, Tasteless. Superman probably still has crap in print.
Oh, no doubt.
Jesus.
But Superman was nowhere near as impressive as Zoun. Superman was too much.
He was way too much.
Zoun knew how to use his speed warp prisms with disruptors.
Yeah. And Zoun has several kryptonites, not just one stupid green stone.
And his iconic Void Ray he gets in the early game
yeah.
that he uses to kill Overlords. Because that's how you don't see the warp prisms coming.
Yeah. Okay, another Stargate. He's going to go into Phoenixes. So if Zoun wins this game, it's going to be pretty long.
The problem is Zoun's parents were killed in a Ling Rush, and that's always been his problem. Okay, that's how he became Zoun to begin with.
That's most Protoss' parents.
Yeah, yeah.
If only Protoss had a door.
Yeah. Okay, so the mutas are going to make, I think, it just so much harder. And by the way, this is Armani really adapting in this series. Ooh. Great pickup.
Yeah, that was hot.
And more mutas out here. Protoss is boxed in for now. Oh, these are great blinks here.
Yeah, very nice. A lot of mutas are being made, man. No fleet beacon or anything, just going pure Phoenix. So it's actually going to be a little bit harder to fight them. You got to, like, the amount of APM required to kill mutas with Phoenixes without range is like 400 times more than when they have range. You can't just do a click and kill them all. Okay, nice force field there. Oh no, the muta's getting on top of everything Zoun has over here.
Oh man, the Disruptor's being picked off.
Oh no.
Oh, I just feel like Zoun's getting so spread apart here.
He's certainly getting spread apart, but it's not over yet. It's not over yet. He's still got 60 probes.
I think there's so much flexibility for the Zerg here, though.
Yeah, there is. He's ahead. Tasis, don't you tell me Zoun's dead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh!
We're going to keep pushing on Zoun's heart until this game is truly done,
Keep
Tasis.
breathing air into his lungs until he comes back to life. Does Zerg want to maybe go into Banelings here?
Yes.
You just want to come in here and smash this all?
Your opponent is going heavy Blink Stalker. Yeah, it's oh my god, that's a lot of links.
No. All right, well, the player who seems to have been in the tournament, well, not seems to, has been, and has made the adjustments. It looks like he actually is going to win in a pretty impressive overcoming fashion, man.
Yeah, it does look that way right now. The Disruptor's
Armani
not doing
did
anything
it.
against mutas.
He beat the Zoun. That's how you take the Zoun to town. Zoun down.
Frown Zoun.
Frown Zoun. No crown, Zoun.
And that's it. GG. Armani goes to the round of 8. Some fantastic play from him tonight. So close. Loses the first match to Zoun. Barely beats Dream 2-1. Barely beats Zoun in the rematch 2-1.
This is one of the best days of Armani's life, no doubt, man.
Dude, for real.
Talk about like hard work paying off. I'm super happy for him.
Yeah.
This guy has been on the in the shadows of GSL round of 24 for seasons. Now he's back.
That's a serious result, man.
Yeah, that's
serious
huge,
result.
man. Top 8.
That is huge.
So cool. And listen, Zoun, it's a bummer, but
he played cool.
Zoun's gonna be back. I'm down with the Zoun.
Dude, he is cool. I love his Protoss. I think everyone has a new Protoss that they love.
We're gonna have a quick interview. Go ahead, Andy.
The second player moving on to round of 8 is Armani of Africa Freaks. Congratulations. Thank you.
와, 박준혁 선수 은퇴 고민을 했었던
Wow,
때도 있었는데
you thought about
소감 어떠세요?
quitting as a pro gamer, but now you're back to the round of 8. How do you feel?
너무 잘 돼서
You know, during the practice, my games were going so well,
경기력에 비해 제가 이런 말할 건 아니지만
and I felt like
정말 쉽게 올라갈
compared to my performance today, I actually initially thought I was going to advance easily.
와, 근데 한소리가 생각보다 너무 잘하더라고요.
But Zoun was surprisingly good, and he was so tricky to play against.
와, 그리고 준혁이랑 할 때도
And when playing against Dream,
최종전 다 첫 세트 지우고 시작해서
you know, I lost the first set,
와, 진짜 지옥 갔다 왔는데
and it felt like hell, to be honest. But I just can't believe it that I made it to the round of 8.
자신감이 있으셨던 것
But you were full
같습니다.
of confidence coming here to the venue.
마지막 세트 굉장히 긴장감
And as you said, the last set was such a neck and neck match.
또한번 광자포 러시가 나왔고
In Desora, there was another cannon rush.
이 역전이
And you started off unfavorably, but you did make a comeback. So what do you think about that?
광자 프로시 할 줄 알고
Why,
일곱 마리가
knew
나가
that he was going to go for a cannon rush.
그 자리만 아니면 광자 프로시 당해도 저는 이길 수 있다고 생각해서
So I knew that as long as it wasn't that exact spot he opted for, I would be able to fend it off.
아, 내가 좋은 거 같은데 이런 생각.
So I thought I was alright.
네, 그렇게 또한번 광자포 러시가 나올 거라는
But there was a second photo rush, photo
예상하고
cannon rush
티타니스크의
from Zoun.
전술적인 움직임도 오늘 아주
But you did show great movement with the Mutalisk
자, 이렇게
to gain that victory.
최종전 리매치 승리를 통해서 8강에
So with this victory against Zoun, you secure your spot in the round of 8.
1위 선수거든요.
And you will be playing against the first place of Group B. And there will be some tricky opponents there. There's Cure, DRG, Zest,
어떤 선수를 좀 원하세요?
and Solar. So who do you want to play against?
저는 지금 테란전이나 토스전은 게임이 너무 잘 돼서
So you know, in my practice, I've been playing really well against Terran and Protoss.
소 형은 저랑 같은 팀이기도 하고
So I do want to refrain from playing against Solar and DRG. Solar, we know each other too well, and DRG, he's in the same team as me.
소 형이랑 민수만 만나기
So apart from Solar and DRG, I'm pretty happy playing against the other two.
24강 인터뷰 때도 지금 인터뷰도 항상 이렇게 눈시울이 붉은
In the round of 24 interview, in the round of 16 interview, you know, you're tearing up right now. So do you have some people like
이번에도 진짜 많이들
you want to talk about?
다 진짜 다 말할 수 없는
You know, I'm just thankful to everybody,
재선이 형은
especially Bunny.
이제 제가 새벽에 부탁해도 잘 시간인데
You know, I asked him for practice past midnight, and he was so willing to.
오늘 일찍 왔거든요. 해달라고 하니까 또 바로.
And you know, all the pro gamers so like
또 저희 대엽이 형이 어제
happy to practice with me.
집에서 재워 주셔가지고.
And Stats actually let me sleep over at his place, so you know, I'm really thankful to him as well.
과연 8강에서 어떤 모습 보여줄지
And how will he perform in the round of 8?
끝으로 마지막 한마디
So
들어보겠습니다.
before you go, anything you want to say,
올해
Armani?
목표가 시즌 2 안에 8강 가는 거였는데.
This year's objective was to make it to the round of 8 in 2 seasons. Well, sadly, I couldn't do that, but I'm still happy to have made it to the round of 8 this season.
가전제 제가 이렇게 제대로 하는 게 거의 처음인데.
You know, in the best, this is my first time playing an actual best of match. So I'm gonna try to prepare well and try to deliver a good performance. Once again, congratulations on moving on to round of 8. Thank you.
자, 이렇게
What
박진혁
a
선수
day.
만나봤는데요.
We're just getting
A
started in the
조별
round of
정리
16.
확인해 보시죠.
Oh, so
Wow.
good.
Wow.
So here's our results, guys. You know, I'm sad Zoun didn't make it. I'm sad Dream didn't make it, but we can all be happy that TY and Armani move on. And I'll tell you what, Armani's hard work is paying off. But this is the thing about StarCraft. You don't get to just be good right away. Even all the people that you guys are cheering on for the start of StarCraft 2, they were all really good at StarCraft 1 or Warcraft 3. It takes a long time to get good at an RTS
Yeah.
game, okay?
That's very true.
Armani, Great player, and his hard work has paid off. He's now top 8 in the GSL.
That's awesome, man. I'm
Yeah.
really happy for him. And it'll be exciting to see what he can actually do there.
Yeah.
He's definitely an underdog going in.
Here, DRG, Solar, and Zest will be playing against each other, on Saturday, 1 p.m. KST. And then we have a short hiatus as it is a Korean holiday. It's Korean Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
So
there'll be 8 or so days with
something like
no
that.
StarCraft going on.
Yeah, so guys, thank you for joining us. I think we have to close the show out pretty quickly here. People get back home on the train in time. But man, great games, long night. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
and
it's great.
again, props to Armani. He actually moves on. That's so cool. And he's going to be up there with the other 7 great players in the GSL Season 3.
Absolutely. That's a huge thing. And if he can win one more best of 5, he gets a seed. And, I mean, the world just looks
Well,
bright.
that's when it gets really crazy, right? I mean, what's even going on then?
Yeah.
And we'll be getting to that soon, too, here. So, again, we have a cast on Saturday. These are on the normal times if you've been watching GSL for a long time. Our show's usually on at either Wednesday night in Korea or Saturday afternoon. So I know we've had some schedule changes and moving around. But then, again, after that, about a week off of GSL, Korean holiday. And, yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. I think we got to go because I'm going to miss my last train home.
I don't know. I'm waiting for them to let me know.
Yeah.
But then, when,
it was a fun day,
when
though.
Curious is subbing, he tends to talk a little bit more. He might not know.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh,
it could be. So we might be here for a little bit longer.
Sleep under the desk. This was the best day of GSL this season, for sure. Easily.
Yeah.
It was a
and I
great
actually
day.
think the round of 24 was quite good, but the game quality was way higher. And that's saying a lot. And it's cool to see these different styles. And it's even cool to see that Armani could not beat Zoun's style early on. And
he started to figure it out. You
yeah,
saw at
we-
the end. He
we
was more
saw
lane
him
heavy. He
learn.
went Muta.
Exactly.
These things you want to do.
All right, we got to go, guys. We're going to miss a train. We love you. Good night. Bye-bye.
Entaro GSL.